It's the best kind of audio gear. But the best kind of audio gear also includes dwarves, so we can continue this conversation, and I will play some dwarves. Man, okay, so this is wild. I'm just gonna highlight this for a second. This is the charity world. This is a world that I generated for my birthday, 2020. So not 2021, which just passed, but 2020. This right here is Longdeath. The same year as a 250-year generated world that I then played in for 2 years. That's kind of wild to me. It's kind of wild. Kind of absolutely wild. So, major update that happened yesterday is Peter got married to H2O. H2O's husband died, so Peter now is married to H2O, which is awesome. And we're going to be hopefully trying to get more of that done today. Big plan for today is we want to work on the tube. We've acquired a pet cougar who just hangs out in the fort now. It's a very big kitty. We did it. We did quite a bit yesterday. It was quite productive. And we're going to be aiming to do more of that. We actually have 8 children in the fort right now, which is fan-fucking-tastic. So hopefully we can grow some more kids up and get the next generation, rolling. I mean, a few other dwarves have grown up pretty recently. Dwarves like Seeker, who's up at the top here, who's an engraver right now as their current job, is a pretty recent adult, although apparently is quite annoyed after having a drink without a goblet, cup, or mug, and wants to practice some martial art. So you know what? We're going to also put you into the Eternal Guard, because I'm going to get them training again. Dawnborn, what's up? It's good to see you. Yeah, that's something I'm really curious to see, because yesterday, the other major thing that happened is we killed the treasurer, or more accurately, the treasurer, Tegism Trample Market, which is a very ironic last name for somebody who went insane, went berserk and attacked my dwarves, and we immediately obliterated him because my dwarves are very, very strong, and he was not. So, but the humans didn't seem particularly upset about it. Like, they finished their trading and left as normal. So, I mean, we're not at war with them or anything, so should be fine. We are in early autumn, and they did bring us tribute, as is custom. Hey, Belliner, what's up? Thanks for handling all of the Empyrean stuff, by the way. Thank you much for doing that. He was always a dick. Not too sad about that. Yeah, I'm not going to lose sleep over Tegism dying. But I'd like to remind everybody that Eripterus, who just kept that subscription alive for a 19th month, was one of the original dwarves in this fortress. And their great-great-great-grandchildren are now, like, the heads of this fortress, which is kind of awesome. So, hey, Eripterus, good to see you. Although, ironically, Eutherus, who was another one of the original-ish dwarves, is the one that always gets the artifacts dedicated to him. Never Ripterus, which I think is a little interesting. Yeah, maybe he kept tantruming and was like a known criminal, so they made him the diplomat so they could get him out of the house. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I mean, maybe also good though, Belliner. But hopefully we can get those extra keys. We can get Evil Trick in, because I'm sure Evil Trick would show up and build a spaceship and peace out. You know, I'm sure we could do that. Actually, Belliner, I was gonna ask, are you planning on playing on the server on Friday? So if you're planning on doing that, I might join you after hours, which is a weird sentence to say. Because I'm going hiking on Saturday, so I won't be streaming on Saturday, so I want to do something. All right, I might join you then. Just on your channel, just hang out with you and play. So I'll do after hours with you, and then after that, I'll do some of that. Yeah, no, and I'm taking this camera hiking too. It's gonna suck because it's gonna be the hottest day of the year. Um, it's gonna be the hottest day of the year. It's gonna be the hottest day. But we'll be fine. Yeah, we'll be fine. Yeah, no, it'll be good. It's a late Father's Day thing. Me and my dad are going hiking. Me and my dad go hiking 2 or 3 times a year. Not super crazy. I think it's gonna be like 14 kilometers or something. It's not super crazy. The last year we went up Garibaldi Mountain, which was a bit intense on both of us. King wants a ballista arrow, so I will queue that up. Yeah, and I'll film stuff and post a video afterwards. I have like a chest mount for my GoPro now, so I can mount it just on my backpack, on my shoulder. Which means it probably will be super unstable and bumpy because I don't have like, you know, shock mounts or anything fancy. It's just like a strap basically, but it'll work. It'll work. Disgusted, horrified after seeing human die. These dwarves are not entirely thrilled right now. Just gonna walk really smooth, yeah. No, that's a skill that I don't have. You're getting a 420 euro tax return, so you're planning an autumn trip for you too. Oh, good stuff. Any idea where you want to go or what you want to do? Yeah, see, this isn't really a trip. This is like 40-minute drive from where I live. And my dad's just gonna pick me up, and we're just gonna go for the day and come back. But like to give you an idea, Dawnborn, last time I made a video, a hiking video, which I'll link in a second. The last time I made one, it was too bumpy for Kiri to be able to watch. That's the video. I'll show a little bit on stream for anybody who doesn't want to swap over. That was the last hiking video I made. This was us going up to Hector Ferguson Lake. It's my dad's arm. Side of my dad's head. But yeah, it was muddy, shall we say. And very overgrown. Fun hike though. We went like 18 kilometers out into the bush. My knee gave out. That part sucked. Walking back was very painful. Very fucking painful. But I'll do something like that. Put it up on the YouTube. Still not a year for traveling abroad? Nah, definitely not. I would love to have another like season of Bell and Air tours different parts of Finland and does IRL streaming from them. But I don't know what the odds of that is. Because like I quite enjoyed I'm walking around in a public park and streaming streams. Maybe you could do like a little goal to get a little streaming backpack set up, or like at the very least like a stabilizer for a camera to be able to stream from it. I always get really jealous when I go to conventions out here and there are people with like $6,000 streaming backpacks. I'm just like, I want one. But you do have a stabilizer. Ooh. Maybe you should do something like that. I don't know. You do you, man. But I'd tune in. I'd wake up in the middle of the night to watch that for a bit. He says that. He totally wouldn't. Belliner, did you... Okay, so do you remember Redfall? That Bethesda announced vampire game? Well, apparently there was a little community of people that when they bought the trademark for Redfall, you may have missed that, it looks terrible. Super generic, uninteresting. But I need to talk about this again. I talked about it earlier today, but I will talk about it again for anybody who missed it. So Redfall was a trademark that they bought in 2015. And there was a very small community of about 500 people that thought that, or were completely convinced it was a new Elder Scrolls game. The name of a new Elder Scrolls game, Redfall. And they made a subreddit. They made a fan site, they made a blog, and they made a forum and a few other things. And it was all filled with fan theories of where in the world it was going to take place and what the quests were going to be and who it would be starring and like what it would end up being, right? It does sound like a possible name for an Elder Scrolls game. It's generic and boring enough for an Elder Scrolls game. Well, turns out it's actually this. And so the subreddit was completely deleted and made private with only this post remaining 9 days ago. Called, well, Whoopsie Daisies. So this sub was made a few years ago for the working title Redfall that got leaked, and we thought it was a mashup of an Elder Scrolls terms, Hammerfell and Redguard. Turns out it's a neat-looking cyberpunk post-apocalyptic magic vampire game? Question mark. So we are in talks on how to proceed. It's just like I can feel the sadness and disappointment from here. Oh, you have one of those. Okay. Yeah, no, I know what those are. I've seen those. Those are neat. Kind of jealous. But yeah, no, it's just consider that a cautionary tale of don't get excited for trademarks, guys. Just don't get excited for trademarks. It's probably not what you think it is. I am not interested in either because that Redfall looks edgy and stupid. Like it kind of gives off of a Borderlands vibe and not the positive kind of Borderlands vibe. It doesn't look great. The only like saving grace for it is that it's the studio that made Prey. They can still... No, they can't. No, they can't. That's not how branding works, dude. That, my friend, is not how branding works. Oh, also, Tiny Goliath is in prison because I failed to make the king happy. So this dwarf's going to be in prison for another few days. Another long while. Yeah, another 104 days. Poor dwarf. Poor dwarf. You'll be fine. You'll come to. You'll make it out the other end. You're a little, what, exacerbated? Exhausted? Tired? Distracted. Your neck's sore. Poor dwarf. Rent a small cabin or something? Ooh. If they have cell reception, you could stream. Not saying that you need to. If you need to take a vacation, take a fucking vacation. Don't listen to me. Don't stream literally every single one of your hobbies until you don't care anymore. You have 5G everywhere? Really? Yeah, there's like no 5G reception here. I even took the fucking vaccine and I still don't have 5G connection. Not exactly happy. Not exactly happy. Can folks visit Finland from elsewhere? Are your guys' borders still closed? Or are your borders closed? Were your borders closed? Because I don't know what Finland's status was ever like. Can I just say, they really shouldn't have put parts of the Caribbean into Sea of Thieves. They should have put Secrets of Monkey Island into Sea of Thieves. Admittedly, all of the kids would be like, the fuck's this old man stuff? But like, that would be 1,000 times cooler than putting Captain Jack Sparrow in Sea of Thieves. That might actually make me install Sea of Thieves. Not even joking. It doesn't it though, Dawnborn? Doesn't it? And like the worst kind of that kind of vibes, you know what I mean? Like the kind of vibes that you don't really want. It's like, oh, these are Borderlands vibes, but these are bad Borderlands vibes. Because like Borderlands, like I'm not a Borderlands guy at all, right? I don't really care for that game, but there are moments where it's kind of funny, right? And then there's moments where it's not funny at all, and that's kind of what that looks like. Also, the vampire game that was announced is a battle royale, so not Redfall, the other one. But the fan, I don't think that's a conspiracy theory, Pilot Guy. I don't think so. I doubt it was ever planned. The actual theory is that Elder Scrolls games have super generic sounding names, so they saw a super generic sounding name that sounded kind of like one of those games. You could make it one. I don't know if I want to make it one, though, because I don't care enough about Elder Scrolls, and I'd have to dedicate to the bit. And I really don't want to dedicate to that bit. There are some bits I'm willing to dedicate to. That's not one of them. You know, I never did finish covering off this creek. I wanted to do that, but then I never did. Should probably do that at some point. Yep. Game companies are very creative. Dawnborn, very creative. Granted, that New Age of Empires looks okay. That New Age of Empires looks okay. It looks okay. It looks okay. Looks kind of okay. I doubt that Bethesda had a plan. I think that you need to give Bethesda more credit for the stuff that they put out. Because, like, say what you will about the quality of their products. I don't really like their products. But people actually like them. Which, well, generally people like them. The people who play their games like them, which is more than can be said about, like, EA games, for example. Or 2K, or, you know. At least it gave us Leonard Vermilion Plummet, yes. Because Dawnborn, you weren't here, but Stone decided that Vermilion Plummet is a much better name than Redfall. Which... I tend to agree. There is way too many syllables for it to ever make it through marketing, but if someone announced a game called Vermilion Plummet, I would remember that. I won't ever remember the name of a game called Redfall. Datura's just reading books. You want to practice martial art, and you want abstract thinking. Well, let's try making you into a scholar and see if you like that job. Because you can't do a martial art, but you really want abstract thinking, so just go read books all day. If you have a certificate that you had a COVID vax, then only return traffic or stopping when you go elsewhere. Sounds a little busy still. Sounds a little messy still. Vermilion Plummet gives a bit of a zing. I mean, Vermilion anything should just be the name of a video game, and I've never played a video game with the name Vermilion in it, so... Although we were talking about this earlier, but whenever I think about Redfall, I don't think about, like, vampires. I think about red wool. Also, on that note, someone should make a red wool mod for Dwarf Fortress. Because that would be way too fucking cool. So the king demands that I make ballista arrows all the time. I just make the king make them. Hey, Jensen, what's up? Literally, I'm just letting the king do it. Because you want ballista arrows, you do it yourself. Then you get satisfied while at work. Everybody wins. I mean, that's what the king says. So I have a few ballista arrows, as you can see. And the king is only 98 years old, meaning we got like another 60 years of this. Speaking of, King, did you ever get married? Nope, you just have a lover. No king, no heir, no heir to the throne. I want to know what happens when this dwarf dies. Who gets king? That's what I want to know. I really want it to be like one of the dwarves that got expelled. I mean, it's amusing, that's for sure, H2O. Also, H2O, you got remarried, by the way. Your husband died, unfortunately, of old age. So you remarried and are now married to, because your husband was Merchimel, I think. You are now married to Peter II, who's your new husband. Just, thought I'd give you updates on your married life. More random video gaming commentary stuff, but Scarlet Nexus has been around for a minute. I have no idea what that game is. Like, is it just a JRPG? Like, what actually is Scarlet Nexus? It just, like, it kind of looks like a JRPG, but kind of not. King's meditating on lust, but not making babies. Shitty king. Also, Bellinair, I was kind of expecting you to play that Dark Alliance game. I don't know why, but I was kind of expecting you to play that. And then the reviews came out, and I was like, well, maybe Bellinair won't play that. It's on Game Pass, so you could just play it. The only nice thing I've heard about the new Dark Alliance, Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance, the only good thing I've heard about it is that it's like Godfall with less particle effects. And we all know how Godfall turned out. Speaking of, who remembers Godfall? Anybody? No? Okay. Just checking. Skullduggery is a good word. Yeah, that is a good word. That is a really good word. Here. I want to see my friends. I'm lonely. That is the saddest thing I've ever seen a dwarf say. You don't have any friends, so make some friends, dwarf. But you're reading books, so that's good. I did actually start investments earlier. We must have missed the second round. Ponder foraging behavior. How you liking your new job, the Turo? You're interested, so you do enjoy reading. I'm feeling optimistic about the future. That's better than being lonely about your friends, dwarf. What about you? One should always tell the truth. You're satisfied at work? Wonder after communing with your god. A lot of dwarves got a lot of trauma when that human died because it was a very bloody death. We still have a ways to find out whether or not we get, more humans sent here. Let's make 3 more ballista arrows. Problem also is I kind of can't. Yeah, that's the amount of time you've idled in the channel. That's what the tickets thing actually is for, is it tracks your watch time. It's so that I know that it's so that I can go look up like random celebrities like T-Pain and know that T-Pain has watched my stream for 4 hours. I don't know how, but somehow T-Pain has watched my stream for 4 hours. That's literally the main reason I have it. I mean, 75 hours is nothing to scoff at, for sure. But I hate to break it to you, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot. Oh, God. Yeah. Especially because, like, this bot has been running with its current memory since 2015. I streamed for 2 years before that, and I've got, 12,730 hours. It's a couple hours. I know one stream where there's a few people with like 30,000 hours. You know, I literally just put two and two together in my brain that War Tales is not War Tiles. Because there's this game, right? War Tales by Shiro Games. This looks awesome, by the way. It looks kind of like Battle Brothers. I might actually play this once it comes out. But War Tile is a different game. And I thought these were the same game up until about 10 seconds ago. War Tile and War Tale are two different games. Dinzin, are you mocking people who watch my stream a lot? Because that's rude. Single ticket. Hey, man. Something. Something. Making money. See how Daturo's feeling. The amount of practice that goes into mastering a skill is so impressive. Just a lot of hours, that's all. There's a lot of people with a lot of hours on this stream. But you also got to remember that, like, there's a lot of people who just always have the stream up, right? But yeah, people doesn't live that much sounds like you're mocking people. And don't mock people, you know? If anything, it's cheaper to watch my stream and subscribe to my stream than it is to watch Netflix or subscribe to cable. So I don't know. I have 5,000 plus hours on multiple streams because I just always have them up. This seems to be a better route for this dwarf to go. It's a big flood of positive moods. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it wasn't for Twitch, I would feel extremely, well, significantly more lonely than I already do. I always have streams running because it's nice to have sounds in my head. It's kind of like if I don't have a stream running, then I have the radio on, right? Like, or a podcast running. I've listened to tens of thousands of hours of podcasts in my life. It's nice to just have sounds in your ears. It's nice to just have a person talking in the room, regardless of if they're there or not. Yeah, exactly. Podcasts and audiobooks. You know, at the end of the day, like, this stream is free entertainment or background noise for people who want it. People listen to the stream on Twitch. They listen to it on YouTube. Shout out to those of you who listen on YouTube. People listen to my voice to get through their day. And that is not a negative thing at all. Speaking of things to get through your day, I'm not a big fan of what they've been doing recently with this shot. Like, come on, guys, just point at the volcano. I don't care to watch the people building the anti-volcano wall. I just want to watch the volcano. Silly volcano stream doesn't know what people want to see. You're serving dwarven wine. It's only 95 days. Yeah, but like, you know, it's better to be at least you're talking with people, you know, you're communicating, you're being somewhat social. The stream is on the TV, also in a browser, so that you can chat. I don't always manage to have it in the browser. Yeah, I usually have, when I'm done streaming, I have 3 streams up on my computer. And then I will go around and do other things in my house. Sometimes I'll pipe the audio into my audio system. Sometimes I'll have a stream up on my phone. I usually have 3 or 4 streams running concurrently. Part of that is to just support my friends, but also because, like, I really like Twitch. You know, like, I didn't start streaming on Twitch because I just wanted to stream video games on Twitch. I started streaming on Twitch because I liked watching streams on Twitch. And winter is upon us. Everyone's favorite soap opera, Longdeath. I should sit back down. I'm standing because yesterday I was sitting in a puddle of sweat, and I did not like that. Some I only lurk while others you type and be part of chat. There's a stream that I've been watching since 2009-ish, because originally I watched him on Ustream, and then after Ustream I watched him on Owned 3D, and now I watch him on Twitch. And he made his Twitch account in 2010. So I've been following him on Twitch since around then, although I didn't make a Twitch account immediately. And I've got like a 70-month resub on his channel. And the only time I talk is when I resub. That's literally, it's like sometimes I'll just randomly post an emote that I'm lurking, but that's about it. Someone who would say his baby is weeks old. Just poor wording. It's all good, Denzin. But it's more of just it read like you were trying to say that you're wasting your life or something. That's the way it read. 70-month resub. It's not that long. If you want to see long resubs, go watch like Man vs. Game or somebody who was one of the first 50 Twitch partners. He has like, you will frequently see like 100+ month resubs on his channel. Like, somebody who's been doing this for a long time. Yeah, just go watch like Man or Dan's Gaming or one of those original like 50 Twitch partners, because they all have like the 100+ month resubs now. It's like the longest resubs we have here are 4.5 years. But if it would probably be closer to 6 if I got a sub button when I made. If I got a sub button when I made my, or before I made a Game Wisp, which was the original funding for this channel. If I got a sub button back then, it would probably be closer to 6 years for some of the people who are subscribed to this channel. People have been supporting me doing this for a very long time, and I'm very, 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 very thankful. All right, so I can't lock them into the tavern this winter because I have a dwarf in prison, and that dwarf will starve to death if I do that. I could expand that area to allow them to help that dwarf, or I could just start working down here, which is what I think I'm going to do. I'm just going to fix this spot. That's a... Well, actually, I could cancel all that. Instead, where is that spot? Okay, it's literally right there. Let's just put a green glass block down there and mine it out. Well, actually, no. I'll do it this way. It's easier to do it this way. You were like, shit, that's a long time. Yeah, it feels like only yesterday you were arguing with Twitch to get your sub button. I remember you were one of the only people that I knew at the time who didn't. You might actually be like one of the last Twitch partners to get Twitch partner before becoming an affiliate. Like, actually, you might be one of the last. Because outside of like random, like, you know, big YouTubers and people coming over to Twitch and just being partnered before they start streaming, outside of that, like, I don't know. Resubs make me feel old because, like, how many months have I been subbed to my own channel? 48 months on my end. Oh, really? You were the first partner for the Nordic Partner Manager to partner? Man, I wish that we had, like, partner managers. or enough partner managers to actually help people down here. So we get nothing done, and it's very frustrating. He was just hired, was he? Wow. Damn. Yeah, I don't know. That stuff's just kind of nuts to me. How much time has passed? The thing that, like, I was talking with a pretty OG streamer about this a little while ago. Like someone who's been streaming since like 2011. And I asked him, like, how many people that you knew when you started streaming that were streaming at the time are still streaming now? Like, what percentage of people that you knew when you first started streaming still stream to this day? Because something that, like, I've been very curious about ever since I started streaming was, like, streamer turnover. Like, how high is the turnover for Twitch streamers? Like, how many Twitch streamers quit? Because I would think it's pretty high, right? Nordic managers don't have much say, and they can't get a lot of things like the German partner managers can, for example. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's still faster than sending a support ticket. I sent a support ticket to Twitch for a thing. Never actually got a response. So, like, I don't know. Anybody who has a partner manager on Twitch should just be super happy. It's really funny when people in chat just ask me, they're like, hey, do you get any sort of, like, support or, like, assistance from Twitch? It's like, support or assistance? Man, that's cute. Hey, Taylor. It's good to see you. I hear turnover is 100%, which is wild. That's insane, wave depletion. You know, it's kind of funny, wave depletion, that you say that, because, like, I will never forget PAX 2019, because PAX 2019 was the most people I ever talked with in, like, a 2-hour period of time that streamed on Mixer, because PAX West basically turned into MixerCon because it's like Microsoft's headquarters, right? And they owned that streaming service. So they basically just paid all of their partners to show up. And there was Mixer partners just everywhere wearing full-on Mixer jerseys with their names on the back. And it was really weird whenever, like, they would figure out that they were, oh, hey, Knowles can walk now. Knowles has become a child. Whenever they would figure out that they were talking to a Twitch partner, they'd be like, oh, you should switch to Mixer. Like, literally, it was like being a Catholic and dropped into a room full of Mormons. It was like, or like, no, being someone who isn't religious and being dropped into a room full of Mormons. It was just like, they're just fucking evangelizing for this website. And then, like, 6 months later, the site got shut down. It's like, wow. Just fucking wow. It's wild to me. You don't really know the streamer to Twitch relationship, how it works at all. You just assumed it was pretty much all hands off unless you were a big streamer or breaking rules. Basically, that's the case for North America, yeah. If you're in, like, Germany or something, like, if I lived in Germany, I would get a ton of support directly from Twitch. Like, Kiri's very lucky because she lives in Austria, so she gets a lot of support from Twitch. But, like, I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've actually gotten assistance from Twitch. And the main form of assistance from Twitch I get is, like, they'll help me get free tickets to PAX, basically. Like, that's it. Like, which is, you know, quite a bit. So I'm not going to discount that because that's not nothing. But they sign me up with press badges for PAX, basically. That's like it. That's the one form of support I really get from Twitch. So, I mean, on the topic of Mixer, there's another streaming service right now that's headhunting streamers left and right. And I got an email from them this morning. FG got, no, PAX West, not PAX East, PAX West. Because PAX West is where Microsoft's headquarters is. PAX East is in Boston. There's another streaming service that's trying to snipe streamers right now. And I did like 10 minutes of research on them this morning because I was kind of curious. It's owned and operated by Tencent. Problem number one. And their head of marketing and PR is somebody who I hate. Who I got into a verbal shouting match in a bar with at TwitchCon 17? Yeah. So, no, 18. Because I was partnered. So yeah, it would have been TwitchCon 2018. Or maybe it was 2019 even. I can't remember. But anyway, I got into an argument with him at a TwitchCon. It was very funny to get this very long email stating, hey, would you like to get paid to come onto this platform? Like, I don't know. I feel like most tech companies are anti-human. No, I see, here's the thing, right? There are humans. Like, I could fucking email my dude at Twitch, because I know some people who work at Twitch. The thing is, like, as a business, they're not going to help me or give me any support whatsoever. Like, as a small business myself, they are not going to reach out and give me any, like, marketing help. But, like, I know people at Twitch. There are good people who work at Twitch. Like, off the top of my head, I can think of a few people that I've met and hung out with and would consider to be friends if I saw them more frequently that work at Twitch. There are definitely humans that you can reach at Twitch. It's just, if I want any, like, business support, yeah, I don't matter because I'm too small. Like, straight up, like, if I ask Twitch for, like, promotion, their response to me will straight up be, get another 300 subscribers. Like, literally, that's the response that I would get. If I ask them for marketing assistance or any kind of that sort of thing. Yeah, we're out of glass. Yep, it is what it is. You know, I mean, it's the same with like sponsorship companies and stuff. Like, part of the reason why I am so adamantly crowdfunded, I do like the occasional sponsored thing, but like I do like maybe one sponsored thing a month, maybe two on a busy month. If that, even, like, I'll go like 6 months without doing a single sponsor stream. And the reason I do that, the reason I'm so adamantly not, I think against is like the wrong word, but the reason I'm so adamantly focused on being Patreon supported is because I know how little I am valued to a lot of these sponsorship companies. I know how much they don't care. Oh, I see what I screwed up here. And how I know how quickly people of my size just get dropped and replaced with bigger channels. And that's not going to stop anytime soon. So it's like, Patreon don't take cut. Patreon takes a cut, but it's small. It's what I consider Patreon's cut to be very fair. No, I'm not even talking about Twitch revenue. I mean, I depend pretty heavily on Twitch revenue. I do quite a bit better on Twitch every month than I do on Patreon. But it's like, I'm not very valuable to a lot of companies. I need to crush this corpse because we need to get that human corpse out of here. It's like, I'm not very valuable to sponsorships. I'm not valuable to Twitch. I'm not valuable to anybody because I'm too small. You know, like, I got 60 people watching, which isn't nothing, but like, in the grand scheme of things, you know, like, I was watching a stream yesterday which got more resubs in the first 5 minutes of their stream in a hype train during their starting soon screen than I've gotten this month. It was like 78 new subscriptions or something. Most of them primes. It's like, there is such a difference between a channel of my scale and a bigger channel. It's almost laughable, you know? Like, there's many channels on Twitch that get more views in a couple hours than I do in a month, right? So it's like, there's kind of a reason why it's like, yes, it's capitalistic as hell, but also perfectly expected and kind of understandable that like channels like mine just kind of in the wider Twitchosphere don't matter. Bloody hell, it's hot in here. How many animals do we have? 87. Gotta slaughter some. I think I'm going to slaughter most of my cows. Because we're a little low on unicorns, so we'll leave you two alive. We're gonna have lots of leather. You know what? I'll leave you two alive. Let's have 2 breeding pairs left. We will slaughter the rest, including the calves. Greetings, Huzzah. How are you? Unicorn steak? Probably would be about the same as horse steak, so ask Belliner. I've never eaten horse. Couldn't tell you. You get reliable, consistent gift subs on channels that you pop into maybe once monthly? I mean, the same. I get like a monthly Burke Black sub, and I almost never watch Burke Black. Like, I think I have like an 8-month resub now to him because I've just been gifted so many. It's like 8 or 10 or something. Although, to be fair, like, you can get pretty reliable, consistent gift subs in this channel, too, if you just talk a lot. Is steak in rainbow colors? I don't think Dwarf Fortress unicorns are rainbow colored. This would be rainbow colored steak. I would assume it's probably pretty normal meats. With a slightly different flavor. I've never eaten horse and probably never will. So, don't see any reason to. But then again, I don't really eat red meat these days, so probably wouldn't do that anyway, even if it was given to me. Kangaroo I'd eat. I would like to try eating kangaroo, but my parents' cat eats almost exclusively kangaroo, which I think is hilarious. Kangaroo meat is the least allergenic meat for a cat. Cats can become allergic to their food in their older age. My parents' cat is 20 years old and is allergic to almost everything. I mean, deer isn't white meat, so it wouldn't be anything like chicken, would it? I've had snake meat, yeah. I mean, I don't think all meat tastes like chicken, just like I don't think... I mean, that's a silly thing to say. I mean, maybe like poorly cooked chicken and poorly cooked meat could taste like chicken if all you've ever had is poorly cooked chicken. I could see that making some sense. Into midwinter. No mandates. That's good. How's Tiny Goliath doing? Still okay. A little bored, but still okay. I've literally never heard anyone say that before, Denzin. So I don't know where you're getting that from, but I've literally never heard anybody say that. Everybody says that deer tastes like venison, which is deer. You need to befriend a hunter. I've eaten deer before. At a family party. I'll trade you for beer. I have a friend who goes hunting pretty frequently in the summers. But no, I don't read that as everything tastes like deer. I think that's just people using deer as a comparison point. I don't think that's saying that everything tastes like it. I don't think using something as a comparison point is like saying everything tastes like that. That would be kind of silly if that was the case. Go assist us with some slaughtering, please, Dwarf. As we really, really, really need to push down the cow population. Look at how many cows I have. That's all cows. All of this is cows. I mean, I think we understand you, but I've literally never heard anybody say that something tastes like deer. And deer does not taste like chicken.
Cheese
So
for everyone.
I just simply disagree with the things that you say. Absolutely mutastic. I mean, we're gonna have burgers for years. How long are your winters? And is there plants on the surface? Robotic. I'm assuming there's plants on the surface, Robotic Ronald, but if winters are too long, they can, like, run out of food to eat. But yeah, I'm not really doing anything. I've just pastured them. It's the winters. Yeah, if you've got really long winters, you'll run into problems. So what I would recommend is dig down to the cavern layer and give them like a partially outdoor, partially indoor area with cave moss in the indoor area, so they can go and eat in the cave moss because they need to be grazing, right? Like they're mostly eating the stuff that's under these trees right here, right? If I cut down all these trees, they will run out of food in the winter and a bunch of them will starve. Maybe not all of them, but some of them will. But this also is not a super heavy winter. Like there isn't snow piling up on the ground. There is snow on the ground, but it's just a dusting of snow, right? It's not like there isn't like tildes of snow piling up, right? It's very much just a dusting of snow, so everything's white, so they still have stuff to eat. But if you're staying somewhere with really cold winters, yes, your animals will starve to death outside. You only do turkeys. Yeah, turkeys and pigs are good because they don't need to graze. Grazing animals in DF are a little weird. If it's cooked on charcoal, for sure. Find that even if you have enough space, they're dumb and just randomly starve anyways. Are you using a lot of burrows? Because if you turn a burrow on and they're not in the burrow, they will try and get to the burrow. And if they can't, they will simply stand stationary. And if they're pastured, they will stand stationary. And they will eat the food that's underneath the tile that they're on, and then they will starve to death. So if you're using burrows, you have to give them a burrow. So they're not randomly starving, they're just trying to path to the burrow. And they can't path through even unlocked doors to get to the burrow. Yeah, so like, if you're using a burrow, like say I turn on my burrow briefly, right? Celebrate. They will pretty quickly stop moving. Which they haven't yet, but maybe it didn't bug out that time. Anyway, it's just it's an error that happens sometimes. That or I turned. No, I didn't. Weird. It happens sometimes, not all the time. I think it's just a pathing bug. Because you killed them a few seasons back. Yeah. No, I mean, they're not too hard to use. Just yeah, how to freeze a cow. There are things that can break their pathing and they will starve to death. But yeah, snow is probably the biggest killer of cattle. Snow is the biggest killer of cattle in Dwarf Fortress. And I'm pretty sure dwarves are the biggest killer of cattle in Dwarf Fortress. In your fort, anything that causes excessive pauses usually dies really quickly. What, like lag? Why would anything cause excessive pauses? And what do you mean by excessive pauses? You mean like you pausing the game or like the frame rate slowing down? Oh, well, I mean, you could... Yeah, you could turn that off. You can turn that off in your settings, which I do. I'm gonna sit down. Getting tired of standing. Been standing for like 2.5 hours. And there we go. Your fortress has clown infestation. You should give them, should remember to tip them when they're funny, and give them horns to honk. They like that, I'm told. I tried to do that in my last fort. Instead, all I got was more adamantine than I knew what to do with. Because there was no clowns underneath that spire. I just wanted to go to the circus, but the game wouldn't let me. So I am very disappointed. One of the biggest problems I have with warm weather is it makes me tired. Makes me very sleepy. Not a big fan. I'll be honest. Not a big fan. What, Hellendor Fortress? You hear me here? I mean, yeah, you can go down there. I flooded an ocean into it. So, like, yes, you can, like, winning Dwarf Fortress even is building a functioning tavern in hell, which, yes, you can do. Question is, can you get past, like, the 200 high-speed Forgotten Beasts that are come flying out of it? Because that's basically what the clowns are, the demons. They're just randomly generated equivalents of, like, stronger Forgotten Beasts, basically. And usually they fly, they usually breathe underwater, don't catch fire, and all other kinds of funny stuff. And they usually move at like 250 miles an hour. They'll just come flying into your fortress and just insta-gib everybody, usually. So, you know, you kind of got to be really sneaky with, like, drawbridges and stuff, and then you can trap them and kill them off slowly. But if you can do that, then usually, or if you have, like, 5 top-tier squads with masterwork adamantine gear and a bunch of, like, ranged dwarves. Yeah, hopefully they're all made out of, like, snow. Or water. People dodge for months on end. Well, I mean, just lie down and then you can't hit them. If they just lie down, they're fine. But yeah, no, it's like... that's usually what happens. Hell back with a wooden door? An artifact door? That's got to be bad for the frame rate, dude. I'd build a wall next to that door and then unlock that door. Because then they'll stop trying to pass through it. We'll fix any frame rate issues. Just a regular door? Oh, really? Is there, like... Are they not, like... What's the word I'm looking for here? Building destroyers? And they don't have fire? The last fortress that I had that was destroyed by a Forgotten Beast Turfinators was a steel horse. It's a horse made of steel that had webs and wings. So it was a flying, web-shooting steel horse. Also probably is like a metal band cover art. It was OP. All 160 of my dwarves died. All 160 of my dwarves died. There's footage of it somewhere on my YouTube channel. I mean, if I had a Titan like that spawn on this map, I'd probably have a hard time killing it. Voluntary, non-voluntary mercenary company to deal with them. Good luck. Good luck. You're just happy milling around in the cave. I mean, happy is a possibility, but I think happy is rather unlikely. They're probably like actually just mulling around in eternal rage. How trained is your military? I got 2 fully trained squads of spear dwarves with steel spears and mostly steel gear. So, trained enough, but I don't have enough dwarves for them to spawn, so we're fine. I need 50 dwarves for those to be able to spawn. But even if that did happen, I have an emergency hiding bunker in case of emergencies to hide in. So if bad things happen, I can defend myself. That would be cool. I've always wanted to see Krog Smash do some sort of live Dwarf Fortress drawing session, but it's never going to happen. Spring has arrived, so we're going to get a shipment, as well as anybody who's going to die is going to die. So we'll find out in a moment if anyone's going to die this season. It's fine. It'll be a small shipment. God, I slept well last night. Why am I yawning so much? Human has arrived with a small shipment. Well, we still have 34 dwarves. So I guess we're good. But yeah, no, I've got this kind of neat military squad that's been using the same weapons for generations now, and it's kind of neat to watch it. Although there's also like a hammer lord in there for some reason, but they're mostly spear masters. Like Seeker, for example, what are you using? Iron looks like. Although I don't really control what they use, they just use what they grab. An iron spear. That's killed. It's been used by Black Hole and Clay. Black Hole and Clay has used this. It's kind of neat watching the different generations of dwarves grab the different weapons. This dwarves using a bronze warhammer, and they're the only one to have used it. What else do we have? Named Iron Shield. Where's your spear? Iron chain leggings. Do you like just not have a spear equipped? I think this dwarf just straight up doesn't have a spear equipped right now for some reason. Should make some more iron spears. Just a few. Yeah, basically. Basically, pilot. That's what it feels like. Looks like I slept too much. 1 billion bars! One large lapis lazuli. How nice of them. Why spears? Why do I like them? Why are you asking? What would you suggest I use instead? And why are you implying that I like them? No, it says 1 billion bars. I was saying 1 billion bars because it's a close it's a close word, and I find it funny. Why not? God damn. I mean, it says 1 billion bar, okay? And I'm asking why you're asking. I'm asking why you're asking. I am responding to your question with another question. So this is, I've been spending way too much time on Reddit today. But this is something that was posted on /rfunny at the local paint store. Husbands choosing paint colors must have a signed note from their wife. No particular reason. I really don't have an answer for you. There is some argument that spears have a longer reach, which they do, meaning they're better at killing flying creatures. I just like spears. Spears, axes, and hammers. Swords are for chumps. Unless you have adamantine, in which case then swords. Sure. I also don't care about min-maxing at all. So I don't actually care about what's the best. Just like I don't actually restrict the dwarves from using any particular weapon. They can grab whatever weapon they like, which is why my Hammer Lord is using a bronze Warhammer. Is that the best material for Warhammer? No. But it's the one that he's using. And it's named. And it is the one that he likes. So, you know, we let B-Lug use the hammer that they like. You've been a licensed pilot for 9 years? God, you've been flying planes longer than I've been streaming. Flying planes with a license longer than streaming. I think that deserves a round of beers. Just don't take them all into the plane, please. Cause axe, fair enough. And my axe is why you like axe dwarves. Axe dwarves are fine. I mean, I actively avoid using whatever the best weapon is in Dwarf Fortress because I think it makes the game too easy. Like, quite literally, the amount of OP-ness that a single dwarf can, like, in a world where I've seen a single, like, sword master kill 200 goblins by themselves. It's like just stupid. It's just stupid. So, O-penis? No, you O-penis yourself. I only Y-penis. Thank you very much. No, it's all fine. So yeah, that's kind of my take. Game's too easy if you do everything with the meta. Which is why this fortress has so many ways for it to get attacked. Because where's the fun of just like making impenetrable forts? Make 100 leather shoes. They are very OP. I don't use whips because dwarves don't make them. It's not very dwarfy. It's funny because people get mad at me for not being dwarfy because they're like, oh, well, what you're doing is not very dwarfy at all. How dare you, like, not kill, like, the forgotten beasts in the basement and just let them fight amongst each other? How dare you not annihilate all elves? I'm like, well, you're using whips, which dwarves don't even make, so... Who's more dwarfy? It really is fun. Unfortunately, we don't get them fighting so often these days. What? Huh. There it is. Why couldn't we find those previously? I'm very confused. They're your dwarves, they decide what's dwarfy? Exactly. Telling somebody that something isn't dwarfy is very silly to me. Especially because, like, what's the point in generating a new world? Has the age changed? It went from the age of myth to the age of heroes back to the age of myth at one point. So, yes. At some point, I really want to try and settle in a Age of Death world. Or what is it, the Age of Silence? The thing where everything is dead? Because generating those worlds is kind of difficult. Was one that your monarch had as a pet? How? Wait. What? Is that possible? What? Were you playing with some mods running? Like, Wow. Weird. That is fucking wacky. Yeah, indeed. I like the internet. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's just the look on that fucking cat's face. Just look. Oh man, I needed that laugh. I needed that laugh. That's. What, that advice or that meme? Oh god, that is funny. Woo, man. That is fucking funny. That is too goddamn funny. Shout outs to Cyclone for posting that. That's very funny. How to prepare for the Zoom meeting. Duct tape the cat to a wall. Which is funny because it's like every podcast I watch, like cats just show up frequently. Critty, do you wanna be a leather worker? Oh, you already are. Never mind. We may need to make more leather workshops. And let's bring Axon over here to trade because you were just in the military. Let's trade with the elves. And see what they brought us. Another cougar. Should I buy another cougar, chat? Should I buy our cougar a cougar friend? I think we should buy our cougar a cougar friend. Let's see, wolf, wild boar. I could buy a breeding pair. I'm buying a breeding pair of cougars. We can have a tavern full of cougars. I'm sure that'll go very well. And we'll buy the walnuts and seeds. Of course, the apricots. I got a few dwarves that really like plum wine and apricot wine. Why? Just because of how weird it was? The monarch was baddest, though. Made 2 journeys to the depth of the world and tamed a lot of stuff down there. Yeah, those kind of stories are neat. It's like, went to the depths of the world and tamed giant cave toads, or went to the depths of the world and tamed this thing. But, yeah, no. I mean, I think maybe the one of the weirder things I've seen recently was I had an outpost liaison that was a feathered human or a feathered humanoid with a single eye in the middle of its forehead. So, and wings. So it was a outpost liaison, and the outpost liaison came onto the map and literally flew up and over the map, like up to the highest sea level it could go to, and then down in to have the meeting with my manager. And even after I built a tavern, never actually went into the tavern or any of the meeting zones, and instead would float like at the highest possible Z level in the center of the map. It was like a fucking gargoyle. So instead of like, you know, just being a normal outpost liaison and like doing outpost liaison things, it literally just sat like hunched up at the top of the map like a fucking gargoyle, just like watching everybody. It kind of is incredible, yeah. I still have the world installed because it was the one I did on my birthday a while ago, but it was one of the creepiest things I've ever kind of had happen. It's like you're literally, it's like a one-eyed gargoyle like angel, just like comes onto the map, and it was described as tall too, which doesn't make it any better. In fact, I think that makes it worse. And it literally just like sat like hung out up there. But they seemed to be completely integrated into my faction. Like several of the soldiers that came with trade caravans over the years were also these creatures. And they also would do the same fucking thing. They would just like hover at the highest possible point in the center of the map and just look down on everything. You know, it's like, on one hand, I really kind of hope that Tarn fixes the issues with like crazy fucking necromancers in everybody's worlds. On the other hand, I kind of hope that some of the like the necromancer experiments getting like integrated directly into society sticks around, because that stuff's super cool when it works. Like when it works, it's so neat. It's so neat. Makes every save exciting. It kind of does, yeah. It really, really does. It's like, I know that Cupo talks about like echoes in Dwarf Fortress. It's like even Dwarf Fortress is like incapable of telling infinite stories, right? Like a lot of people talk about how Dwarf Fortress tells infinite stories. It's like you see the same things, right? But I've only ever seen one queen necromancer of a dwarven civ that every year would marry 3 to 5 husbands and systematically plot to murder them, assassinate them, and raise them from the dead as zombies every year. Like she would get married multiple times a year and plot to assassinate them, and then resurrect them as zombies. And had hundreds of kills and hundreds of these zombies, and seemed to do it for like a couple hundred years before eventually dying in a war. It's just stuff like that. It's like, I don't know, it's kind of wild. I find that stuff kind of wild. But yeah, no. There's so much neat shit out there, and nobody has time to see them all, really. But that's part of what makes this stuff fun. Part of what makes Dwarf Fortress so intriguing. I'm just happy that this game exists. And I hope that when the Steam version comes out, people like it. There was a pretty good post on the subreddit not too long ago. Well, maybe not a good post, but it was just a post on the subreddit basically just stating it's like, hey, is anybody else just extremely hyped for the Steam version? And I saw that post on the subreddit getting a couple upvotes, and I was like, I should get in here and just say my 2 cents. My 2 cents were pretty simple. It was just, I just really hope people like it. Quite literally, like that's all I said was like, I just really hope that people like it. And it got like 150 or so upvotes on there. It's like, dude, hype is a fucking hell of a drug. It really is. And I kind of feel like I'm part of it and directly profiting from it too. It's like, I've had people tell me that I'm doing a better job advertising Dwarf Fortress than KitFox just because of how I make my videos. But I really hope that I'm not doing the game a disservice by making those videos. I kind of worry about that a little bit. I mean, they've gotten less popular over the past couple of months. Like, for a while there, they were getting like 10K views a video. They've gone down to about 5K views a video, but still, it's like, I hope I'm not negatively impacting it in any way. And it's something that I worry about a little bit. I'm not saying that Dwarf Fortress is anything that it isn't. Sure, but without the context of knowing what the game is, some people might get the wrong idea regardless. I don't know. I just don't want to mislead people, I guess. Looks like we are done slaughtering all of our cows, which is good. They will come back sooner rather than later. Should make a bunch of meals. Check what the king wants. 2 ballista arrows. Is Tiny Goliath still in prison? No. But is now cave adapted. Doesn't feel anything. That's good. This dwarf is only getting better. Aside from the part where they're vomiting everywhere right now. That part's not so great. But this dwarf's going to be a very useful asset for the fortress going forward, I think. I don't know, but as I've said before, I worry about a lot of the stuff that I create. You know, I'm always worried that I'm misleading people. I'm always worried that like I'm participating in people's like content addiction. I'm always worried that I am part of the cause of actually, hold on. What was you connected to? Because there was a lever here. I actually don't know. But yeah, no, like I'm always worried that I'm impacting people negatively, and I don't really want to do that. But I don't know. My biggest hope from the Steam release of DF is that it makes my YouTube channel big enough that it continues to make money after the Steam release of DF. Which is like an oddly specific hope, but the like extra $150 a month I'm getting from it right now is massive. Do I treat your noble rooms like personal bedroom, or do you link it to the linked to the office? Or are you asking like where do I put it? I usually treat it like a bigger version of a normal bedroom. I don't usually attach it directly to the office, but it really depends on the fortress layout. Sometimes I'll attach it directly to the office. Sometimes I won't. Depends on the noble actually. If it's like a king, I'll usually give them multiple separate rooms on different floors. Like this right here is my king's dining room. This up here is the king's what's the word? This appears the king's throne room. And the king's bedroom is right here. So, right there. And there's a lot of stuff right there that needs to be thrown out. So, the king has some clothing, shall we say. Some clothing. Like when they get like removed from election, do I kick them out? Is that what you're saying? You know what, actually I don't want to do that. Like what exactly do you mean when you say kick out? Actually isn't that much stuff in there. Why is it all on your bed? Oh, I usually reassign the mayor. I think of it kind of as like a rite of passage, you know? I assign the mayor to the new bed. Speaking of bed, I need to make my king a new bed because his is falling apart. I usually just assign them to the same. I usually leave them with the mayors specifically because mayors don't need a super nice bedroom. I usually leave the mayor in the same bedroom, but assign the mayor to the new office. Like if you do a job in an office building and you get fired, do you get to continue to live in that office? I don't think so. Granted, it doesn't actually matter. You can totally, you know, leave them in the office if you want and just make a new office. But also, it's not too common that dwarves actually end up with jobs like that. You try to not live in the office? And it happens sometimes. Remember what year we live in. Although, I mean, I live in my office. Although if I got fired from my job, I don't think I'd get kicked out of my house, so. I hope anyway. Not immediately, at least. I mean, technically, if you work from home, you sort of live in your office. But yeah, no, that's kind of what I do, I guess, is like, this is my mayor's office right here. And this is the mayor's dining room. And then the mayor's bedroom is over here somewhere in one of those beds. But when the mayor gets elected out of office, I assign this and this to whoever's there. Also, I just realized the king technically has 2 bedrooms. Technically has 2 bedrooms. The king once demanded a gold door in their bedroom, so that's a gold door that I put in their bedroom. Because, you know, you have to give the king what the king wants. When the king demands a gold bedroom, you give them a gold goddamn bedroom. But yeah, no, I guess kind of going back to my comment before of hype is dangerous, I do genuinely believe that hype is dangerous. I do genuinely believe that hype is dangerous. I think that hype is a very powerful marketing tool, but I also think that it is it is incredibly easy to ruin something with hype. Speaking of hype being dangerous, you can now buy Cyberpunk 2077 on a PlayStation. It's for sale again. That being said, there's actually a note on it, if you buy it, that states, you probably shouldn't buy this if you're playing on a base PS4. You probably shouldn't. Could what be causing the marriage problem? Oh, that he has 2 bedrooms? I doubt it. I will remove his 2nd bed. I don't think that'll piss him off. Nope. I don't know what I'm going to do with the extra bedroom. But I kind of doubt it. It's hard to say, though. Wait, you haven't seen Cyberpunk? That's kind of impressive, actually. Like if you actually haven't seen Cyberpunk 2077, that's kind of not. I think surprising is the wrong word, but impressive for sure. I think I'm going to make the king a separate entrance into his bedroom. Because I haven't like done anything super fancy for my king in a bit. I think it's time to do that. So we're going to make a separate entrance into the king's bedroom. What, to avoid seeing anything related to Cyberpunk takes work? I mean, I believe it. I mean, I've never seen the Titanic film either, but I don't know. I feel like it's easier to avoid a film than a video game. Like, having seen no footage of it is, I think, the thing that I think is kind of surprising and impressive. Like, that's an impressive amount of ignoring you have to do. I mean, all Cyberpunk really is, to be completely clear, it's just Fallout in a very laggy city. That's all it really is. So, if you like Fallout style games, it's fine, I guess. If you don't care for Fallout style games and you're like me, then it's fine, I guess. I never fully understood the insanity tier hype around it. Like, even when it was like the most hyped game in the world, I was still like, why are people so excited? Like, I get it, The Witcher was good, right? Like, people really liked The Witcher, but like, even based on that, it's like, this looks so different from The Witcher. It's like, it's not even the thing that you were once excited for. It's just something completely different. That being said, I don't think I will go out of my way to avoid something specifically because it's hyped. Like, it depends on the thing. But just as somebody who enjoys games media, that game was impossible to avoid. Like, I know a shit ton about that game, and I've never played it, and probably never will. Purely because there's just more information out there about it than I can avoid, really. But I don't know. I'm also just an obsessive over games in general. So I enjoy following the games industry for the sake of following the games industry, regardless of if I'm actually interested in the games that are being talked about. Does anybody actually give a shit? Is the important question about that statement, Frog. Chat, everybody look at what Frog just said and just respond to me. Does anybody actually give a shit? Does anybody here actually give a shit about what Frog Fryer just said? No? Okay, cool. Moving on. For anybody who's maybe just listening to the stream, John McAfee died. I heard about that an hour ago and didn't say anything because I didn't deem it relevant. I don't care about John McAfee. He's not really someone worth caring about. That's very distressing. I'm sorry, cutest. I mean, yeah, it's like, see, Neil Peart dying, that was sad, right? Neil Peart dying was very, very, very sad. John McAfee dying? Okay. Why do I care? Who actually gives a shit? I mean, that would be like if, like, the guy who invented, I want to say Ethereum, but maybe that's a bit too topical, died. Although, if he keeled over, then there would be immediate foul play suspicions, so that would at least be exciting. But yeah, no, I'm actually kind of with you. Like, my knee-jerk response is like, John McAfee probably faked his death. But, like, here's the other thing, right? If John McAfee faked his death, I would immediately care even less about them. Everybody dies? Yes, this is true. Also, it's not like John McAfee was a particularly young dude. He died, according to Wikipedia article I literally just looked at, he was 75. So it's like, dude had a pretty long life, and I'm pretty sure he was happy-ish. So. That being said, dude did not look 75. I don't know. Does this guy look 75? Do you think he dyed his hair? He's got, like, less gray hair than I do. Do you think he dyed his hair, Chad? I think he probably dyed his hair. He was named after an outhouse? Wow! Wow. You just insulted every person named John in the world. 100% died? I mean, he died, that's for sure. Thought he was younger than that anyway. Surprised, perhaps it shouldn't have been. Yeah, I don't know. I thought he was like in his 60s, but apparently he was 75. I have no good feelings to say about John McAfee just because of all of the shit that he did and all the shit that he said, especially. Do I have any dwarves that need bedrooms? Massive will need a bedroom. Who died? John McAfee. All I have to say is a round of beers because nobody cares. Is the 12th most common name across the globe. Isn't Mohammed the most... Actually, what is the most common name right now? Because I'm pretty sure it's Mohammed, right? There are over 14 million Johns. That's a lot of Johns. I mean, most popular names are biblical. Maria's the most common name in the world? Really? Really? Also, LaFonda, I don't think you were here for it, but your dwarf made an artifact yesterday. Your dwarf made an artifact yesterday, if I can find it now. There it is. A diorite toy hammer. All cast ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular diorite cabochons and decorated with point-cut green glass gems. And calbone and encircled with bands of oval diorite cabochons. And calbone. Emerald cut green glass gems, rose gold, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of unicorn leather and menaces with spikes of diorite and unicorn bone. You made a toy. Good job. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Is the most common name here usually is the second name? Really? Huh. I had to slaughter 2 cows and a unicorn to make that too. Because I had no bones lying around. Oh, that's actually really interesting. Third most common name. Oh, it's because it's the A and the E, right? Oh, and the O and the U, obviously. Huh. I didn't know that. That's actually really interesting. Also, we have a new royal treasurer. Shama Ulbotu. A medium-sized creature, prone to great ambition. Her hair is extremely long. Her brass eyes are protruding. Her ears are free-lobed, and her nose is slightly hooked. Her hair is gray mixed with tan, and her skin is sandy taupe. Oddly, wait, what? His extradition? I didn't know that he was extradited somewhere. What for, Orange? I don't really care for John McAfee. Like, at all. My, well, I mean, my name is very historical. Gregory has lots of history to it, but yeah, I'm really cool. I'm really kind of happy that we have another royal treasure. I was very worried we weren't going to get one, but and Shama Ul Bortu says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. World is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? I'm surprised they didn't take a year off. The last time one died, it took a year for the new one to arrive. I really hope this one doesn't tantrum. Also, I can open the tavern back up and open the library back up. And I think that's about it. So I need to let them hang in. Yes, new royal treasure. I read the description of them. They have brass eyes, stone, and interesting colored hair. They really want musical instruments. But you didn't get that? Why? Is that some sort of favoritism going on, LaFonda? U.S. wanted him extradited from Spain for tax evasion? Oh, well, fuck him then. Sport Rhythmic. Don't forget to trade with them. I only forgot to trade with them that one time, okay? Yeah. She has extremely long hair, brass eyes. Her hair is gray mixed with tan, and her skin is sandy taupe. that is totally fair. There's many Mohammed names to talk about because it's a very deep and rich subject filled with many interesting characters. I used to play a free-to-play FPS game, and the group that I played with had 4 dudes named Mohammed for a while there, which was kind of funny. There was like 12 of us, and 4 of us were named Mohammed. So to me, I've always thought of it as a very common name just because of that. Let's sell all those leather shoes. And there we go. Get rid of all the used clothing. Was randomly selected because it sounded nice. Huh. Yeah, I'm not going to out what my middle name is. That's a bit too specific. Because my middle name is not uncommon, but it would make tracking me down way too easy. Way easier than I'm comfortable with. Yeah, she. We have a female royal treasurer. Yes, she. It only took hundreds of years and literally killing the last one on our doorsteps for tantruming before they sent us another lady royal treasurer. Also, only Passer Ol has arrived. The other human civ has not sent a royal treasurer. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Respect the privacy. It's funny because I'm not very private. I know some streamers who like don't even say what their birthday is because they want to keep that private, and it's like, man, I don't know. Like I am a very, very, very public person. Like friends, I'm very good at keeping private. Like outside of Kevin, I don't generally like out people's real names on stream. Kevin I do, but that's because that's Kevin. And Kevin's a very common name, and I won't ever say his last name. It's always FG's birthday. It's FG's birthday so that everybody else doesn't get birthdays. That's the secret, is to actually just have like a birthday party themed stream. So it's always your birthday. Classic Kevin. Yeah, absolutely. See, Haz knows what's up. Everybody knows a Kevin. Or has known a Kevin. And it's always the same. Kevins are the best worst friends. You were named after a singer and given a randomly selected middle name. I don't think I was named after anybody. I think my parents just liked my name. But the irony of my name is Gregory. Like, if you look up the meaning of the name, Gregory is watchful or observant. And I'm legally blind. I just think that that's very ironic. This is the 199th most common name. That's pretty common. What do you mean you're not free-lobed? I'm confused. with 128,230 Kevins. That we know of. I'm sure there's at least 4 or 5 Kevins that are not in the books or public records. I'm sure there's at least one Kevin living off the grid somewhere in the forest. There is so much clothing going bye-bye right now. Look at all of it being hauled out. There it all goes, piece by piece. Do your earlobes hang low? Do they wobble to and fro? Can you tie them in a knot? Can you tie them in a bow? Can you throw them over your shoulder like a continental soldier? Do your ears hang low? Songs are weird. Little kids' songs. They're strange. If someone could tie their ears in a bow, I'd be a little bit concerned. There's a gray langur. Oh no. The gray langurs have returned, chat. This is a problem. I see 2. The gray langurs, they come every few dozen years or so, and they try and steal my books. They don't usually get very far. They're currently in the library, trying to do something. One of them's fighting with the royal treasurer. Oh, there goes one. That one's dead. There goes the other one. Dwarf seems to have got it now. And it's dead too. Is there any other gray langurs left? I tried to domesticate them for a bit, but it didn't go so well. Yeah, no, the rest are all in cages. Excellent. Fucking monkeys. Axon has bestowed the name Shashdudgoth Arbost Mulash upon an iron spear. Good stuff. Good stuff, McDwarf. Now there's blood all over goddamn tavern. Guys, get this shit cleaned up, please. Yeah, spear dwarves assembled. We are being attacked by the monkey. Super Monkey Ball is here and they would like to know your location. I mean, maybe if you've been stretching your ears for years. Did I get a spoder yet? Oh, this spoder? Yeah, I did. We're a spider bro friendly stream here. You can post spiders and not get banned. I do genuinely think it's an adorable little spider, and I you know, I understand phobias. Phobias suck. I have certain phobias for some specific things too, but like spiders are bros. Come on. Like fucking grow up. Spiders are bros. Spoders are bros. Just saying. Yeah, we got it. We got it in a hype train yesterday. So people were very kind and well, Orange decided to drop a 20 gift bomb, which was kind of enough to just get the hype train all the way there right away. So I don't have to join into random little hype trains now with $1 trying to get in because I can't afford to like just power a hype train up that high myself. Loss but you get AB loss or a horn on it and you're a little bitch. Don't be a bitch around bees. Bees are wonderful. Bees are necessary, especially bumblebees. I love it when people freak out about bumblebees because bumblebees are like unable to actually sting you. How long is this fort in the making? I started it 10 months ago. And I play it about 3 times a week. But it's 253 years in, meaning it's 200 and we're probably going to actually get to 250 years today. Yeah, 250 years today, probably. I don't mind spiders as long as they don't touch me. Like, that's literally my rule. Although if it's like smaller than my fingernail, I'll pick up a spider and put it outside with my hand. I'm not too bothered about spiders. I stepped on a wasp's nest when I was a kid that was in between two rocks by a creek. And I have this memory of looking down at my leg and seeing my entire leg covered in wasps. I can understand the fear of wasps. That being said, wasps kill caterpillars on my kale, and so they make it easier for me to grow kale. So I like wasps. We were actually talking about this earlier today. Like, I've learned to like wasps. Why are you surprised? It's really easy to keep dwarves happy. I mean, of course, we've lost a couple turfinators. Like, there's a few we've lost due to moods, and some of them are unrecoverable, and that's always unfortunate. But, like, you know, some people have depression or are bipolar and untreated, right? So it's like real life. You have shop bumblebees. He buzzes around and greets you every morning in the birdhouse. Aw, that's adorable. Did you know that bumblebees towards the end of their lives, so like closer to the fall, when the sun is like less frequent and not around as much, they start to get sleepy and tired because they don't have as much energy because they're getting old and because there's less sun where they get a lot of their strength from. And they will actually like lie down on flower petals and sleep. And if you poke them, they don't actually do anything. They'll just like flap their little wings up and look at you and then like go back to sleep. It's the funniest fucking things. You can just like walk around poking bumblebees. You're pretty bad at it. The key is to just kind of treat them like people. Like, what would you be disturbed to see? Okay, don't make the dwarf look at that, right? Like, would you be disturbed to see a horse corpse lying in your front stoop every morning? Probably. Okay, maybe just like get rid of them. Yeah, they're old bumblebees. The ARG is too much effort to do anything about 2 legs over here. What? You need onions for dinner tonight for your girlfriend, and you almost bought onions from the human caravan in your fort. I mean, you could buy onions. You could do that, Renbird. Onions are great. Ah, okay. I don't have enough chests for the king now. He's mad. It's okay, I got plenty of extra chests. And then a weapon rack. Two weapon racks. Oh, you want 5 total? Okay. I was like, what? I thought you had enough. Nope, you need 5 total. There you go. Now you just need 2 ballista arrows. I usually do that for the first 2 or 3 years and then crank it up to whatever. Usually what I do when I'm building a shorter term fortress is I'll bring the population down to about 60, between like 50 and 80, somewhere in there, whatever I'm feeling like. And I will build a functioning fortress that can handle a population of 200 dwarves, and then I set it to 200 and 220 and just let them come in. I feel like that's kind of the best way to do it. Because you have a little bit more time to prepare and you don't just get swamped immediately. It's like 1.2. I was doing the math. It's like 1.2 minutes per day. Works out to 30 plus minutes per month. 6 to 7 minutes, hours per year. about that. I don't know where you received that math from, but that's not that I don't agree, actually. I have a specific reason for why I don't agree, and that's because I've averaged it out to about if I can do 2 to 3 years per stream, and that doesn't always take that amount of time. I can get it done in less time than that, especially considering I can marathon, which I haven't done, and I keep telling people I can do this, and everybody's just like, "Oh, yeah, I mean, I could finish this fort in 3 months if I put my mind to it." So, no, I don't agree with that. It's not going to take me 717 streams to finish this fortress. I can tell you that right now. Also because I have an uncapped frame rate. So it doesn't actually take that amount of time per day. Yeah, I'm also almost a quarter of the... by the end of today, I will be a quarter of the way done. And we're at, what, stream 117? I think it's going to take me about 400 streams to do this. We did the math at the beginning, and we guessed around 500. And that's what I'm pretty keen to get it done by. No. Dwarf Fortress has absolutely no win states. No credits, no win states, no nothing. I mean, there's credits in the main menu, but... No, there is no win for Dwarf Fortress. There is no lose. The world keeps going. It's very much the original open world, never-ending sandbox game, which is another reason I'm worried people are going to hate this game. I need to take a leak. I'll be back in a sec. I'm also going to pull my insulin out of the fridge and prep for lunch. Which is also part of the reason why I've basically just stopped pushing friends to play Dwarf Fortress Dawnborn. Because, like, for a while there, I was kind of pestering other streamers and friends of mine to start playing Dwarf Fortress. But I do genuinely believe a lot of people who think they're going to like Dwarf Fortress aren't. Because Dwarf Fortress is... Dwarf Fortress is essentially playing Dungeons and Dragons with yourself. It is a game that is 99% roleplay, and the rest is just the depth of a fucking ocean, right? So it's just an extremely malleable roleplay world generator, basically, that you can do a lot with from a lot of different perspectives. A lot of people seem to think it's like fantasy RimWorld. It's not that. Which is the reason I get a little cagey when people are just like, compare this to RimWorld. Or can I hear this versus... It's like, no, they're super different games. Like, it's unless you've played both, it's really difficult to describe why they are so different. But they are extremely different. Like, there is no end credits. There is no win. You do not win Dwarf Fortress. The world keeps going. You are a blip in history in Dwarf Fortress, and you can interact with the world if you want, and don't have to if you don't want to. And it's the reason I am extremely worried. Extremely worried. Because I genuinely fear that games like RimWorld and games like Minecraft and other games who... Why, wait, hold on a second. Why would anybody cringe when you say that? Go do a fucking legacy for it. Why not? LaFonda, do it. Fuck yeah, do it. Hell yeah, do it. Sure, but it's not... That is a form of play that you can do with Dwarf Fortress, right? Wave depletion? But everybody that I know who's played it that way has gotten bored and quit. Everybody that I know who's played it that way. Everybody who plays Dwarf Fortress... I mean, see if anyone's interested on the Discord, LaFonda. Like, people have tried to do that before on my Discord, but no one's ever actually picked up on it. Just try that. But yeah, no, it's like, it is actually just a little bit mind-numbing to me that people genuinely think that they are the same game, because they are so much not. Like, yes, you can build impulse cannons and weird ramps and stuff, but like, I don't know. I've built those. It's fun the first time. Dwarf Fortress is not at its best as a intense builder strategy game, which is what I think. That's what I like. Like, I'm worried Disnoff is gonna think it's that. I'm worried Evil Trick is gonna think it's that. I'm worried that people are expecting that, but it's not that. And like, even like Krug Smash said it pretty well in the interview that I did with him, where he's just like, you know, Dwarf Fortress is a game where like you tell your military to go line up to fight a thing, and then two of them leave to go sleep, and one of them goes and picks up an extra lunch. Like, literally, like that's the kind of game it is. It's like, like the goblins run at your dwarves and two of them run away screaming because they are fearful, right? Like, it's that kind of thing. And it's like, you can, like, I've seen people try to play Dwarf Fortress with like build orders and like trying to play incredibly min-maxy, and I've seen people do that sort of stuff, but it's like, I haven't had first lunch yet. I didn't eat lunch yesterday, Pack. Let alone second lunch. How you doing, Pack? But like, it's just, I don't know, it does really worry me. I think that anything that claims to be the second most, or the most important meal of the day, anything that claims to be the most important meal of the day is probably paid for by some marketing ring and shouldn't be trusted. Because breakfast is not the most important meal of the day. The pork lobby says it's the most important meal of the day. Also, bacon is the least healthy thing you could have for breakfast. And they do that anyway. Fun. Thanks for gifting a sub to Wave to play shit. Cheers. Can you guys do me a huge favor and let's change the subject from all this meal stuff? Just as somebody with eating restrictions and dietary problems, can we just discuss something different? Florida Man, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime Gaming. Or that Prime sub. Cheers. Just makes me uneasy, that's all. Although, while people are chucking subs around, somebody gift a sub to Stone because his just ran out. Was what? I think that was a 6-month gift sub or something. But cheers. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you much. We are collecting a bunch of sand to make more sand blocks because we kind of ran out. Or to make glass blocks, rather, because we kind of ran out. Cheers, LaFonda. Thank you much. Welcome back, Stone. You two worry that Trick will not enjoy DF when it comes to Steam. I know he enjoys to make the perfect strategy in the best way, which is perfectly fine way to go about it. Well, here's another way you can play Dwarf Fortress, right? This is probably how this is why I think if Evil Trick should start playing Dwarf Fortress, he should start playing it now. And play it completely vanilla, completely ASCII. Because if you play Dwarf Fortress the way this guy does, you can do some pretty cool shit. You can do some pretty cool shit. This is just Cupo. He has his own subreddit where he puts all of his work. But like, like you can do some cool shit in Dwarf Fortress if you're crazy. But what's causing the movement? Windows. If you have multiple different types of gems in a window, it flickers between them. If not windows, then probably minecarts. Or bridges. So, like, this is the sort of stuff you can do in Dwarf Fortress. It's like when people tell me that my forts are pretty, I'm like, you should look at Cupo's work. If anybody wants to, like, look at that stuff, there's a link. So, like, that's another way you can play Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, you got, well, you can do that stuff by hand. You can do that stuff by hand. It's very time consuming though. The first time I ever saw Cupo streaming, he was animating Donkey Kong on every floor. So you'd fly through and Donkey Kong would do the barrel throw animation. Every layer had a different, like, pixel art basically of Donkey Kong. But yeah, no, there's some pretty cool shit you can do. I almost want to just like point someone towards Prime subbing or cheering 100 bits because that's a hype train. Otherwise, it's all good. That is not how you play. You min-max at times. You have pre-prepared scripts and you load your favorite manager routines up. Sure, but you realize that there's no end. Like you understand though, like that there is no real end goal for Dwarf Fortress. The end goal for Dwarf Fortress is when you're satisfied, right? I know some people who are so obsessed with specific end goals in games that they won't play games that they don't have achievements. You know, like Dwarf Fortress is the opposite of all of that, right? Like, yeah, the Steam version will have achievements, but Dwarf Fortress is so far removed from what a lot of thanks Dawnborn, what a lot of people consider to be modern games. It's like I don't know. I don't know. Thanks for the little hype train, guys. Cheers, everyone. But yeah, no, it's just. And cheers, Anonymous, for the 100 bits. I think that's what we're going to do for a little bit, is just crank up the green glass block supply. Cheers, Florida man. Also, by the way, I didn't say a proper thank you for that earlier, but thank you very much for that brand new subscription, by the way. Seriously, cheers. And also for gifting a sub. It'll catch up eventually. Notifications are behind. LaFonda, thanks for the 100 bits as well. Thanks for the $1. We need a bunch of charcoal. I also need a bunch of trees for that charcoal. Let's hack down these trees. And some of these up here. Thanks for the 10 cents. Cheers, Haas. You've been thinking about retrying DF as you really, really like the idea of the deep story of each dwarf and the random stuff that can happen. Dwarf Fortress is a really fun game to play like that, but I think that the best way to get that kind of experience out of Dwarf Fortress Dawnborn is to play slowly. And like take your time and like read every dwarf's description. And a lot of the tools like DF Hack and Dwarf Therapist and stuff just make it doesn't make that process harder, but it does dissuade people from getting that out of the game because they are, what's the word I'm looking for here? Autumn has come, meaning we're about to get a big shipment. Heads up, Stone. Because like in the a lot of the tools minimize the amount of time you need to look at your dwarves. They compress all the thoughts down. They compress the personality traits and the stress and all that down to just bare binary numbers. And that's really easy when you can just like look at a dwarf and see how stressed they are and what they need and then just give them the new thing. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what Florida Man said. It's the mods are heavily focused on efficiency and automation over storytelling, which is why I always suggest and recommend to people, it's like, just learn vanilla because you will learn how to spot that stuff. And a lot of the tools will take that away, make that harder. Another one bites the dust, LaFonda. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Section of cavern has collapsed. Alright, that needs to stop being dug out. Why the fuck did that collapse? Oh, I know why it collapsed. I need to stop chopping these down. Peter, are you okay? How badly injured are you? Your head is bruised. It could have been a lot worse. But it's not. So we're okay. Phew. Mm-hmm. I said what I said, and I said what I meant. I could say an elephant's faithful 100%, but I'm not an elephant, so. Yeah, no, just a bruised head. Just a bruised head. Not even a flesh wound. Glade is a good name, Stone. You sound like a dwarf, Turfinators. That's like you like birds for their long beaks. I mean, another thing that you could do in theory too, Dawnborn, is you could play a fort like this for 50 years, and then you could go be an adventurer and go adventuring for a few years, and then come back and settle in the same fortress and see all the dwarves 10 years later and then reclaim that first fortress. Like, that's the sort of stuff you can do, and then take control over the fortress again, and then that adventurer that you've been adventuring with and killed a dragon is still in your fortress with the same history along with all of the original dwarves that were there in the first place. And maybe some of them would have left or moved on or gone to other forts, but maybe they'll come back. Like, that's the sort of stuff you can do in Dwarf Fortress, right? Thanks for the little hype train, guys. Cheers, everyone. Do I play adventure mode much? Not much. Adventure mode, I played last time I played adventure mode wasn't on stream actually. Adventure mode is interesting, but it's difficult. You forgot the trade depots were walkable? Yeah, you can walk right over a trade depot, Sebastian. Yeah, adventure mode is hard to stream. I'll put it that way. Yeah, it's adventure mode is something that I'm hoping for UX improvements and readability improvements for the Steam version. That's the thing that I'm really looking forward to about the Steam version is adventure mode. Because to give you an idea, if you're in a crowd of people, every single one of those people talks and it gives you their line of text and it pops up in the center of the screen. So you take a step and then the entire screen fills up with text. You take a step and the entire screen fills up with text. You take a step and the entire screen fills up with text, and half that text is interesting and important. It's just extremely tedious to stream, and I don't really like streaming it. You have a good time at work, Pilot? Cheers, man. Thanks for hanging out. You feel like it was designed to be tedious? I mean, you can pet the dog. You can pet anything. If it's alive, you can pet it. Even if it's a zombie. So you could pet the zombie. But like, I sometimes feel that way too. I'm curious to see what Tarn does with adventure mode in the Steam version. Because even just like having that scrolling by in a box in the corner would be a huge improvement. That's the only real issue I have with it. It's like every time I play adventure mode, I end up just not playing adventure mode because I would rather play another roguelike. Because there is other roguelikes that are not more interesting. That's the wrong word to use. Significantly more streamlined that have a similar-ish viewing experience for someone just popping in. I mean, like, one of the last characters I streamed in adventure mode was someone who I was trying to get swimming up, right? And I was jumping into a river for a few turns and jumping out, jumping in, jumping out, jumping in, jumping out, just training swimming. Trying to get my swimming up to a point where I could swim across a bigger river that I was trying to cross. And then winter rolled around and I froze to death. After trying to train swimming for maybe 15 minutes. Yeah, that too. I mean, like, there's a lot of really neat uses for adventure mode, but it's really difficult to explain why adventure mode is cool to an audience. Sure, LaFonda, but you're talking about it like it's graduating, right? That's not how I see it. So my statement remains the same. Doesn't matter how many hours you have in the game. So where's the other tribute? I was going to say pretty soon, probably. Right as it appeared. My statement and reason for disliking that stuff is unless you're specifically trying to do mega builds, all it does is it actively dissuades you from experiencing the whole game. That's all it does. Literally, that's all that it does. Like, yes, it makes some keystrokes more convenient. It makes assigning jobs more convenient. I agree. But it actively dissuades everybody that I talk to from experiencing the full game. If that's what you want to do, then by all means, have fun. But I am a little sad, and I will pour one out for you. No, I do not use LNP. I do not use DF hack. I do not use anything. This is completely vanilla, what you see here. Everything was installed by hand, manually. I have an install of the game with DF hack set up, not Dwarf Therapist, because that's pointless, but like DF hack, yes. I have an install of the game with DF hack running to test things, and I have tested things on this save file to see if they would work. I don't use them, but I've tested them. Things like, oh, how much would FPS improve if I cleared the dead screen? About 3 frames per second-ish. Not even. So. Yep, you have. You just need to edit an INI file, Dawnborn. But yeah, how do you starve your dwarves? Literally, like you can feed an entire like army of dwarves, like 200 dwarves, just by doing this once a year. Assuming you're in a biome where plants grow. That will feed all of your dwarves. Just gather plants, select all the plants on the map once a year. That will feed all of your dwarves and give you more than enough stuff to make all of the booze for all of your dwarves. Now I need to cancel that because I really don't need those plants picked. That's literally all you need to do to feed your dwarves. And then you just need to set up farming in the background, which is super easy. What Diamond said, yeah. Got another hype dog. Neat. I already have all the level 1 ones, so I have that one. Yeah, but a new player shouldn't be settling in savage biomes. Like, that's the player's fault there. Like, if you're brand new to the game and you are embarking, like, every basic tutorial should show you what your neighbors are, right? Even, like, the DF Wiki mentions about neighbors. Like, if you're settling in a savage biome or on a glacier and you starve to death, well, fucking I wonder why. You know, like, that's the fault of the player. That's not the fault of the game. What's a strange mood? Dwarves go into strange moods once in their lives pack, and they get possessed by their ancestors, and they make an artifact. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could just gather or fish. Well, the reason I say gather is because then you get plants, which can also be brewed, right? But, like, one fisher dwarf can feed a whole fort if there's a lot of fish, right? It's like my entire fortress is being fed alone by this farm plot that is 2x3 for strawberries, and these farm plots, which is a variety of things, mostly pigtails at this time of year, but I apparently have no pigtail seeds, so I'm gonna go make some pigtail seeds. What's wrong with fish ale? Dwarves don't brew fish. They brew mushrooms. Never said there's anything wrong with it, it's just dwarves don't make it. You need like 5 beds in a plump helmet farm. Dwarves need 3 things: relative safety, plump helmets, and booze. If you have those 3 things, then maybe get them a water source so that they can clean their beards. That's all that you need. Done. Number of dwarves. How many farmers do I use for those plots? 4 or 5. Not even. 2. At this exact moment, I couldn't exactly tell you. I mean, there is what? How many people planting seeds? 1, 2. Usually around 4 dwarves plant seeds. I see. So, about 4. There isn't any hard part about Dwarf Fortress, Diamond. There's a lot of tedium. It's so cool to see the bucket go down 2 Z levels. Yeah, DF is a neat little game now, isn't it? I mean, generally, this is a small fort, 30 dwarves. Nope. I inherited the monarch. Somebody died and their ancestor was in the fortress. The person in my fortress was next in line, so I just was chilling and then suddenly had a monarch. No, I'm locked to 55, actually. But I have 30 due to population fluctuation. Well, actually, I have 34. But yeah, no, I'm locked to 55. The most dwarves we've ever had in the fortress was 55. Because if you have more than 79, the goblins attack. And I don't really want to get attacked by goblins. But if you have above 50, you can get giants, dragons, that sort of fun stuff, which I'm totally fine with. I mean, that's literally this fortress, Florida man. Like, look at our value. Keep in mind, I haven't found any adamantine. Yeah, no, I knew it would happen eventually. We had a baron before that. But unfortunately, the Baron's leg was ripped off by a mangy child. And the Baron bled to death. And then the child was killed by a dwarf with a pickaxe. Naturally. That was on like year 34 or something. It was like it was pretty early in the fort time. Yeah, just naturally. Yeah. And then his arm got hacked off in the fight and landed on top of a wall, and I didn't realize it was up there. And so the dwarves continued to get scarred for like a few more years by Morden's severed arm. So I had some like annoyingly moody dwarves for a little bit there, and it took me forever to figure out why, and then I realized there was an arm on top of a wall. And every time they went up and down the central staircase, they saw this child's decapitated arm, which, you know, was real good for mental health, right? Real good. Dwarves really appreciated that. Trust me. They loved it. I am playing in a window. Yes, this is what my desktop looks like, although I play most games in a window. What, to not kill childs or to don't look at the arm? Don't kill children. It's even cooler because if I hit F12 and then F11, because I don't have a tile set for vanilla, I can swap to vanilla on a win. This is the same game in the same spot, but vanilla. I can do instant comparisons and show people that vanilla is perfectly understandable. See? It's trees and dwarves. Because there aren't many corpses and they don't care about, like, animals that have been slaughtered. We don't ever... We haven't been invaded in... 200 years? Ish. So there aren't many corpses. And when they do happen, it's like a family member who died, so the dwarves grieve and they party for a bit and then they don't mind. Dwarves have a pretty, like, the night that Patty Murphy died style of dealing with the dead, you know? The night that Patty Murphy died is a night that we'll never forget. Some of the boys got a loaded drunk and they ain't got sober yet. Every bottle of whiskey was passed around and everybody's feeling gay. And then Louis came with the bagpipes with the music for a play. And that's how they show their respect for Patty Murphy. That's how they show their rudder and their pride. They said it was a spit of shame and they winked at one another. But every drink in the place was full the night that Pat Murphy died. And, you know, we'll see you when we see you, Pack. Cheers. Now I got that song stuck in my head. That's how they show their respect for Patty Murphy. I have cougar cubs! Fuck having cats in your fort, chat. We got full-size cougars. Cougars must be really big compared to dwarves. Dwarves are pretty short. Cougars are pretty big. That's how they show their rudder and their pride. They said it was a fit of shame, and they winked at one another. And every place in the drink was full, and my class Murphy died. I miss the great big sea. Fucking fantastic musicians. The vocalist of that group has early onset dementia. He's like 50 years old. It's really sad. No, they don't. Which is good, because I don't have vermin everywhere to clean up. I do genuinely believe that the whole, like, you need... the whole, like, you need, cats to kill vermin thing is kind of a myth. Like, you can have cats, and, like, they will stop it, but I have so much food, it doesn't matter if vermin eat my food. Unless you're in, like, a haunted biome. In which case, there's bajillions of creepy crawlers and shit that will just eat all of your food. Isn't everybody on TikTok these days? Except for me, because I'm an old man. No. The cats adopt the dwarves. Not the other way around. Dwarves don't adopt cats. The cat chooses the dwarf. And if it happens to be a particularly cat-loving dwarf, then maybe all of the cats will adopt a dwarf. I once had a dwarf that had a swarm of like 20-something cats following him around. And because he kept claiming them as pets, I couldn't, or because they kept claiming him as their pet, I couldn't slaughter the cats. And it got to the point where it was actually starting to impact my frame rate because dwarves couldn't pass through this cloud of fucking cats following this dwarf. And then a mysterious accident happened where that dwarf got washed into the river and died. And then all the cats just hung around by the edge of the river, jumping into the river occasionally and drowning, trying to get to his body. Because Dwarf Fortress. And they were still all named, and I still couldn't slaughter them. Mysterious accident. It was genuinely an accident. I was filling something up with water and accidentally overfilled it because I wasn't paying attention, and it sent a big whoosh and whooshed him off the edge and down into the trench. And yeah, I crushed his body with a boulder though. I had that much respect for him. Yes, cat claimed dwarf as pet. If you actually read the wording, it specifically says, cat named this has claimed dwarf as their pet. Yeah. Or has it actually, it's specifically the cats adopt the dwarves. You can tell that Dwarf Fortress was made by a man who really, really likes cats. Because, like, the cats have some of the most advanced AI in the game. Which is really funny. Like, as Tarn was saying, the Golden Lion Tamarin doesn't really do Golden Lion Tamarin things, but cats have a very advanced AI. DLC? You know, I would actually be genuinely shocked if they did any DLC for Dwarf Fortress ever. Considering, like, the way Tarn talks about his game. Hold on, let's see if I can actually find the footage of where he talks. Of the quote that I'm looking for. There's like footage of him talking to his newspaper. Yeah, this one. Where's the actual line? So let me see if I can find it.
17 by 17 of these little text tiles, or medium world is 129.
This is an old video.
I don't know. It's just nice to have people that you know really like the game send in money for it, and anyone can download it. And people like kids that don't have any money at all and can't get their parents. We have people, kids get their parents to send in money sometimes, but that's very rare. Mostly it's adults that's sending the money. So, but it's nice that kids can play it if they want. And people that are not, you know, really financially secure can play it if they want. People that have trouble getting these whole financial things to work over the internet can play it if they want. So it's just cool. It's more people can play the game.
Yeah, just the way he talks about this game, I would be genuinely shocked if he ever sold DLC. Maybe he'll warm up to the idea one day. Here's the actual interview if you want to see it. It's pretty old. Like that interview is from like I think 2010. But which part is you, Rattle? The dwarf? Or something else? I'm confused. But how you doing, Magna? I hope you're well. You still have 2 litters of puppies hanging around? What, in Dwarfort? Irritated at the fact that you can't afford all the DLC for a game? Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing that I'd like to remind everybody about Dwarf Fortress, right? Dwarf Fortress supports 4 people. Tarn, his brother, and their wives. Right? Like it supports 4 people, right? And they get what? $14,000 a month, which if you divide that by 4 isn't a huge amount of money, but it's enough money to keep the game funded. The Steam version and the itch.io versions are designed to give them a cash influx to not have to worry about things like retirement or health bills or anything like that in the future, right? So they're making enough money month to month to exist and continue working on the game. Steam version and the itch.io version is intended as a cash injection so that they have stability for the future and can continue to exist off of the monthly donations that they get, right? So in that context, it makes a lot of sense why you don't need DLC for Dwarf Fortress. Of your completionist impulses with your DLC? That, my friend, is called being gullible. But yeah, no, I know, I do definitely know what you mean. I do understand the feeling of I feel like I'm missing something by not having everything. But I think people are just, too used to, people are too used to the situation with a lot of modern games and what it actually costs to develop modern games. Dwarf Fortress isn't that. If Dwarf Fortress comes out on Steam and sells 500,000 copies, I don't think that I'm pretty sure that would solve most of their issues, right? I mean, like, in a world where RimWorld has sold, what, 3 million, 4 million copies now, right? I don't know the actual number. I remember Tynan yelling about 2 million, so I'm sure it's probably sold 3 or 4 million by now. But, like, in a world where RimWorld has sold as well as it has, if it sells a quarter as well as RimWorld has, they're good. Just flat, they're good, right? So that's all that we need, really. We just need the game to come out. We need the people who say that they will buy it to buy it, and then you can just go off and keep developing the game and have his stability. You're completely annihilated right now. Took a long walk, and you think your health and physical condition is bad enough that just walking are the equivalent to 45 minutes. Your feet and legs feel like they're on fire. That sucks. That sucks. Buy a copy on Steam, let it run for an hour, leave positive review, play game, have fun. Like, that's generate one world and leave a review. Like, literally, that's the most that we can do to help DF once it comes out on Steam, is just leave it a positive review. Must have been a long time since I last did any of this. Let's get some cloth getting dyed, too. I'm just making cloth right now. You will buy a copy for folks, Like I said, like, that's the most you can do. Most will not play it. That often happens when you gift games to people. Just like the copy of Stardew Valley that my little sister gifted me that I haven't played yet. We don't even game. I mean, see, at that point, like, you're better off not doing that. You're better off just, donating the money to Tarn. But, just the way that he talks about how people who can't afford much can still play his game, I think is incredibly admirable. No, it's not. And the reason it's not, Balinor, and I've explained this before, and I'll explain it again, I will never play Stardew Valley. It was my ex's favorite game, and she never shut the fuck up about it, and only makes me think about my ex. I will literally never play that game. Also, I've played it, and don't really like it. So, I don't care. I will never play it. I also don't really like any farming game I've ever played outside of Farming Simulator. Do I have your military? Have you try your military do patrol? I know how to do it. Do they? No. Because they don't need to. I don't understand the appeal of life sim farming games. I really don't. I find them oddly frustrating, constricting, and kind of dull. That's not how I would spell coming on that. Also, please, the worst farm sim is always the most recent one. The worst farm sim is always the most recent one. Chickens? I could get chickens in real life. So... Yep, like most things I dislike greatly in my life, Eleanor. How drunk are you, Freskins? How drunk are you? I love how that hasn't... I like how that bingo board hasn't changed in like 2 years, yet it still just works. 3 12-hour workdays? Jesus. There's a lot of people who buy chickens and keep them as pets in their backyard. I don't have a backyard. That is one of my life goals, though, is to own a chicken coop. Chicken coop and bees are 2 of my dreams. I don't see any problem with this, Florida man. Like any problem. Like this is like working as intended. He probably knows more about Windows than you ever wants to know. You know, I know that you're talking about Windows, the OS, but I'm going to imagine you're talking about like panes of glass. What happened to your last minion? Did they fire him or did he quit? Or or are they training your replacement? And is that why you've had 5 beers? Called my cell phone company earlier and they tried to sell you a car plan. Wait, what? What? So they're trying to sell you a wireless internet plan for your car? Man, we live in the fucking future. The last time I talked to my cell phone company, they spent 5 minutes trying to sell me a tablet. From X didn't get enough sleep to Blind didn't get enough sleep. It still works. I also don't have the ability to edit that bingo board. Car floor, $50 a month, unlimited weight. What? That's... Huh. Well, at least they're not training your replacement, Freskins. That would be concerning. That is... Huh. You have a good day. You have a good day at work tomorrow, Downboard. We'll see you when we see you. I'm just very perplexed by this car internet thing. It's like, it makes sense, I guess, because of, like, the way cars work now. But, like, I'm still perplexed by it. I mean, if my cell phone company ever tries to sell me car internet, I'll simply inform them that I can't legally drive. Apparently bees came to the U.S. in waves, and the first bees came from England hundreds of years earlier. Italian bees came to the U.S. Almost all commercial bees are Italian, but they went to do genetics of wild bees, and they're almost never Italian, always English bees. So what about the native bees? I actually, I have a mason bee hive, and I'm not supposed to. Mason bees are one of our natural bees. They just often sell you access to it. Well, yeah, obviously. My favorite thing that I ever learned about cars recently is that Teslas have DLC. It's like you can buy downloadable content for your car to make your car go faster. It's like an $8,000 like downloadable firmware update that makes your car go faster, which is like the most fucked up thing I've ever heard of in my life. I'm sure. Like most stories about natives. Frog for hire. They're sad stories. I do know that one of our native pollinators over here are mason bees, though. We are mostly just making glass and cloth right now. But yeah, no, I would like to own bees and I would like to own chickens. Those are two of my life goals. It's like the game console internet crap. Most of the days, the DS, 3DS, Wii U is just connected to your own Wi-Fi. You pay for the extra internet access. I mean, that's not too far off. Things like alfalfa. I like alfalfa. There is a fly in my... It's just a fruit fly. There is a fruit fly buzzing around me right now, which is a little bit annoying. I'm not gonna lie. You've skipped consoles that require internet access to set up? I don't know. I don't think I'm anywhere near as crazy about things that require internet access. I don't know. I understand kind of the vitriol against that stuff, but on the same time, like, internet access for specific games and specific styles of games offers an experience that you can't get from a game that doesn't require internet access. That being said, I don't think I will only ever play. I think I will always have some games that I want to have no internet access. You know, like certain types of games I think it suits quite well. Certain types of games I think it doesn't. You know, anything that's kind of a multiplayer-based thing, like, yeah, okay, that makes a degree of sense. Like, if you're gonna have like a persistent loot game, you don't really want cheating, and if it's focused on co-op, yeah, you don't really want cheaters. So it kind of makes sense why it's always online and kind of mandatory for that style of thing. It's like I kind of get that. And to a degree as well, like with consoles, it's like, okay, yeah, I kind of get it. Like, you want to have like the online store and all that stuff. But I don't think I've ever played or owned a console that has required internet access to set up. I certainly like heavily recommend it, but I'm also just like not a console person, period. So. You watch me play games on the internet? Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I don't really play many online connected games. I'm trying to think, like, what are games that I actually play that are, like, online connected or, like, online requirement? Elite Dangerous? I think that's maybe the last one. I mean, I did a few sponsored streams for Conqueror's Blade. That's a video game. Trying to think about like online only games that I've played in the last few years. Chat, what's an online only game that you've played in the last few years that isn't an MMO? Or like Destiny? Well, I mean, this is a different social setting, right? Like Twitch chats are very similar to the way like Counter-Strike servers used to be, right? Project Zomboid isn't online mandatory. What are you talking about? You can play Project Zomboid single player perfectly. You could also play it in cooperative on a server, but you could just run a server on your own computer. So that's not like online connected. I mean, games like, well, Back for Blood was just announced to require an internet connection to play single player. You have to be connected to the internet to play that game in single player. That's what I'm talking about. Like what? Like, I'm genuinely just like racking my brain and trying to think. I thought that you could play SimCity 5 in single player though. I thought they updated it to a point where you could do that eventually. I bought SimCity a while back and to play in an 8-hour flight, and boy, were you pissed off. I can't tell if that's a meme or not. Like, genuinely, I can't tell if that's a meme or not. Like, genuinely, I cannot tell if that's a meme or not. Because the online only thing on release? Like, I want to believe you, but man, I'm having a hard time. I don't know. It's such like a, I mean, I guess you're being honest. Like, why would I not believe you? But it just seems so wild to me. It just seems wild to me. That's crazy. You know, that was very early on in the online only game thing. I don't know. I personally think that games being online only though is better than what the original DRM for what's the name of that game? Spore was, which is where you could only install it 5 times, I think. Like it was like each key for the game could install a game 5 times on 5 separate computers or 5 separate OSs, and then the key would stop working forever, or something like that, and it had to phone home to check that. You know what I usually do on flights? Beer. Vodka. 2 ice cubes. Beer. Until I fall asleep, because I don't like flying. I really, really, really hate flying. Like, I really, really, really hate flying. So I can't read. I get sick. I get headaches. My ears pop multiple times a minute. It's painful and unpleasant. So I usually just drink. King wants a ballista arrow and 3 crowns. I think I only needed to make 1 ballista arrow, but I made 3. Thank God for alcohol. I'm like 6'1", so I'm a little shorter than you, and I'm uncomfortable on planes, so I can't even imagine. It's like I know a guy who's like 7 foot something, and he has a very, 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 very hard time standing up on planes. Very hard time standing up on planes. $16 what? Was when you bought it? Because they'd removed the online-only functionality from that game by 2016. Oh, you were 16. Okay, yeah, that makes a bit more sense. Yeah, I don't blame you for being pissed. I would have been pissed too. That sucks, though. Just regardless. At the end of the day, that just sucks. Like, that's the simplest way to put that. That whole thing sucks. And I'm sorry that that happened. But yeah, I don't know. I just kind of refuse to get excited for games anymore because I always expect them to just disappoint me. That's my reality. There are very few games that I will actually get excited for now. Just period. The one and only time you had to fly to travel, you were going from Victoria, BC to Montreal. Really? That's a weird flight to do. You only remember playing on your Game Boy for maybe an hour and then you slept most of the way? I've flown a lot in my life, and I do not like it. I used to like it when I was a little bit younger. It was painful, but I didn't mind it. But as I've gotten older, I like it less and less and less and less and less, to the point where it's like beyond frustrating. Just straight up beyond frustrating. That's just my take, though. It's like I really wish I liked flying. The problem is just I have abnormally small ear canals, right? So like, you know, when your ears pop on a plane, you can just pop your ears. My ears start popping and they don't stop 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 popping because I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed, unfortunately. And that means that like all I have is like, it feels like there's just someone standing behind me and just putting like all of their weight on the side of my head with like their wrists like this, and it is the most unpleasant feeling I've ever felt in my life. Just flat, period, done, all out, none. Like it is the worst feeling, like the absolute worst feeling. Yeah, I do indeed, all the time when I'm on planes, man, all the time. You know, I've known the lyrics to that song for a very long time, Orange. I have no idea what that line means. I do not understand that line at all. At all. When kids make an L shape on their forehead, they think you're a loser. Sure. I still don't know what that line means. But anyway. See, here's the thing, though, actually, Magna. I like flying in Cessna planes and helicopters and low-to-the-ground stuff because my ears don't pop as much. Specifically, it's high-flying planes that are painful. Lower-flying planes, they're fine. As long as we stay closer to the ground, I'm fine. It's when high altitude hits that the pain kicks in. All right, we're into midwinter. No demands. I think it's time for us to go hang out in the tavern for a little bit. Something else I wanted to check since I'm here. Good. We got lots and lots and lots of glass. What graphics pack is this? It's a customized version of Krug Smashes. That's the command for it. If you just click that link, it'll download it for you. My artist who did all of my emotes and sub badges customized it for me. I technically have 2 versions of it, but that's this one that you're seeing. Actually, I have 3 versions of it now. 4 even, because I also have a Mario version. How many Z levels of the fort? How many Z levels is this fort? I mean, it goes down to layer 22 and up to layer 15. But there's 160 layers in the map, I think. Hold on, I haven't gone to the bottom in a while. The cavern layer goes down to about layer 40, though. 164 total layers. So, you know, it's not too big of a fortress. It's more just sprawling, but actual depth of it's not that deep. I need to make it deeper. I also need to clean my desk, especially after yesterday. I was just sweating all over my desk all day. It's sticky, and I don't like it. You're going to head out. We'll see you later, Turfinators. We'll see you when we see you. Thanks for spending time here, as always. You know, thanks for just watching my stream. I don't think I've said thank you enough today, but thanks everybody just for hanging out and spending time on the channel and watching and chilling. And I don't do anything plant related on or around my desk because that's above carpet. That would be a horrible idea. Also, there's like no natural light here, so I need a grow lamp. You were enjoying that photo game yesterday and fell asleep? I might do some more of it tonight if you guys want. I really enjoy just playing that game. Just the soundtrack is so fucking chill. I think I put half the stream to sleep, to be totally fair. I'm pretty sure I put half the stream to sleep. It was very much kind of a... brought everybody down to kind of a mellow mood, and then I just kind of ended stream. I did end up finding the cigarettes, though, which was real good. I would like to 100% that game. It's not a super hard 100%er either. Like, I think the rarest achievement in that game is, what, like 6%? Yeah, it's 6%. And I already have it, which is find the 2 fucking photos. So. No, I just mostly need to unlock all the lenses and find that secret pyramid. Which is just a matter of beating all the levels with the maximum score, which isn't too hard to do once you know what to take photos of. Where all the photo ops are, it's pretty easy to just kind of sprint around and grab them all. It's a fun game. I really enjoy it. Especially because it is also just a really good photography simulator. Dwarves are discussing cauterization still. I don't think they've actually discovered cauterization. They've just been discussing it for like 30 years. It feels like 30 years. They've been discussing it for a while. So yeah, I don't know. Just worth noting. It's a neat game. I don't know. I keep getting distracted today. My brain is like, I think it's the heat. Like honestly, I'm convinced it's the heat because I can't stay focused on one thing today. Like every time I get focused on something and get onto a subject and start rambling, I get distracted by something and my brain just like loses it. Maybe I should just suck it up and plug in the AC tomorrow. Maybe that's what I should do instead of just sitting here and sweating. Cooler, why is your toe broken? What, shuts your brain off, wave depletion? It kind of feels that way. Maybe I should set the fan up. You know, I'm going to try that. I'm going to plug my fan in. Give me a second. So I have a question. Can you guys hear the fan when I'm talking? Because I have it set to like medium intensity and blowing on me. It's helping already, actually. The mystery of excision. That was something they actually discovered. You know, I just realized my bear fighting squad, or bear fighters squad, needs... You're a fan, not mine. All right. Well, I don't know. If it's annoying, let me know, and I'll turn it down. It is one of those Dyson fans that was given to me as a gift years ago, but it's kind of old, so it's a little loud. It's one of those, like, you know how fans kind of get louder the more they're used and the older they get? I hear many fans. I hear my computer fans. You listen real close, but you can hear it, but it's not overwhelming. Hold on. How about now? Now it's way more annoying to me. This one got louder as it got older. It's because it's brace Freskins full of cat hair. But, I mean, ideally I want you guys to not hear it at all. Because, like, it's me thinking about the YouTube crowd, right? Like, if you guys don't care so much, that's cool. But, like, you know, the YouTube crowd cares more about those sorts of things. And, you know, not a huge number of people watch my videos, but the people who do, I want it to be optimal. And if, like, 6 months of the year, it's like, it's a problem. One more for a line. How many people are playing bingo in this chat right now? Genuine question. How many of you are playing bingo? Got a mini fan, it has a USB to plug into the PC. I've seen those before. You know, the little mini desk fans. You're up $20 on what? On your Litecoin? Because that's what you were talking about being up on earlier. Oh, in bingo. Wait a second. Are you guys betting money on my stream? I'm talking about my stream bingo, not like actual gambling bingo. No one is going to be up on any coin anytime soon. Depends on how much you've been reading. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not talking about real bingo. I'm talking about this bingo. It's been there for ages. And it depends on what coins you're in, Squug. Oh, yeah, I read. I need a hobby. Fuck, dude, come on. Technically you right now, believe it or not, Squug. Then how are you reading anybody else's chat? Blind IRL and underground bingo ring? Yeah, I'm just running an underground blind IRL gambling bingo ring. Time of year is it? Late winter? We'll wait until spring, and then we'll let the dwarves out. Yeah, it depends on when you bought, how much you bought, and what coins you bought. Also, certain coins... I don't like talking about crypto on stream. I've talked about this before. I don't like talking about crypto on stream. Because whenever I talk about crypto on stream, everybody immediately assumes I'm a secret billionaire. But I assure you, if I was a crypto billionaire, I wouldn't be streaming. I would be living on an island somewhere and probably being like an angel investor, philanthropist for charities that I liked. It is very easy and very possible to never lose money on crypto if you pay attention and know what you're doing. Hi, illiterate. I'm blind. If you were a secret crypto millionaire, why did someone ask you that? Did you mention that you were up some money on Litecoin or something? Because I don't know. I haven't lost any money on my Cardano, Algo, or Bitcoin ever. Everything, all of those I'm up. So, dude saw you do the subs and then later dropped $100 on Blitz. Oh. Okay. I mean, I know. Okay, I know someone who's a Bitcoin millionaire on Twitch. No offense, Orange. But the amount of bits and gift subs you throw at are child's play. I know a Bitcoin millionaire through Twitch. Like, you support me very heavily, and I thank you very much for that. But that's child's play. Servish! The merchant has been found dead. Our final unnamed merchant died. Did we lose any named dwarves? Nope. No named dwarves, but our final unnamed merchant died. Cheers, Servish. You were a good dwarf. I might need to bring more merchants in. No, you strike, Orange, you strike me as somebody who stopped paying for cable and instead used that same amount of money on Twitch streamers. That's what you strike me as. I don't know if that's accurate, but if the fan's not annoying, I think the fan might be enough. All right. 5 beet plants. They brought us beets. Fancy Jim. Copper Grief. You live in your parents' basement? Really? I mean, that's a very good way to save a lot of money. That also makes so much fucking sense. Now that you've said that. I mean, that's if you, here's the thing. If you get along with your parents, fucking baller A+ move, man. It's like, I know a streamer who lived with his parents for years, and it was always the running joke that he lives with his parents, but like, it's the smart move. Okay, we need to get that dead dwarf out of here. Let's get this dwarf buried, get the mandate done, and then put the dwarves back up in the tavern. Also, I'm so glad that you guys like the animated emotes. I've gotten a lot of compliments on them. Also, you're slowly extorting better and better deals out of the sales agent for a phone. Wait, what do you mean? For a phone. I don't know what you mean by for a phone. What, like getting cheaper cell phone bills every month or something? I mean, if you're blackmailing your phone sales agent, maybe you shouldn't admit that in stream. I pay way too much for my phone bill. It's like, it's bad. But I keep on telling myself that, like, I'm going to need it when the world goes back to normal, but not blackmailing. Extorting, blackmailing, what's the diff? What's the diff, man? What's the diff? Seriously, what's the diff? I mean, one's a capital crime, the other's like kind of a capital crime, I think. Let's wait for King to finish doing that. Okay, let's put them back up into the tavern. Get back up there, dwarves. You know you like it. But I mean, I applaud your frugalness and your intelligence and ability to just move in with your parents. It's like, I love my parents very much, and they know that I love them very much. But I've also explained to them, and I think that they understand, that I will never live with them again. Because it's like, or I hope that they understand, because I will literally never live with them again. I do not care. There is never going to be a point where I will live with my parents again. I got a free TV. Demon. I got a free TV from my internet provider once. Because they were giving out free TVs as part of a... which my ex actually took with her. It was a small TV. It was like it was a 30-inch flat screen. Pretty nice little TV, though. My phone provider, or my internet provider, my old one, was doing a deal where if you sign up for 2 years of internet, you get this TV for free. And a tablet, which I also got. The tablet didn't come with a plan of its own. It was just a tablet. It was a Samsung tablet. Both of these things my ex took with me when she left. And I just phoned them and was like, hey, I have a 4-year contract with you. What do I have to do to get that TV? And they were like, well, you qualify. So what's your address? And they mailed me a TV. It's a pretty good deal, if I do say so myself. I was pretty okay with that. Still am pretty okay with that. But I don't know. I very much appreciate the support, Orange. And I'm sure all the streamers who you support also appreciate it. It's a tricky thing to exist on the internet, you know? And like I'm envious of people who have more support than they know what to do with, you know? Like there are definitely some people out there on the internet who like have super large amounts of support to the point where like they really don't need to worry. Like they could lose like 80% of their support and still be fine, right? Whereas me, it's like there are sometimes like 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a period of time there where it's like, yeah, that's a good deal, Orange. Can confirm, as a Canadian, that's a good deal. But like, it is stressful sometimes doing what I do. Like explaining to my parents, it's like there are some days where like I will make enough money that I'm good for the next 2 weeks, and then there are weeks on end where I will make like less than $10 a day. You know, like I will go like 2 weeks, 3 weeks sometimes making less than $10 a day, and that happens frequently, right? Or like a month will be really bad right up until like 2 days before the end of the month, and then I will make more money in those 2 days than I did the rest of the month. And then sometimes there will just be a month where I make like no money, and that'll also just happen. Like in 2019, there was a month in the summer where I made like $300, which admittedly hasn't happened in a very long time because people support me, and I thank you for that. But Fluffy Wambler, they brought a unicorn. They actually brought a breeding pair of unicorns. I'm incredibly shocked by this. I don't think they've ever brought a breeding pair of unicorns. Man, if they did that years ago, multiple, like, yeah, wow. Okay, that's cool. That's the most unicorns I think I've ever seen. Also, I think the most nuts and seeds. And apricots and plums. That's a lot of unicorns. I don't need them because I got plenty, but hopefully they bring us a gremlin soon. Florida Man, thanks for checking out 5 subs total today. 4 in that little bomb right there. Cheers for gifting a sub to Faded Bravo, Mad Taste, Alistair, and Mad. I know all of those names. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now I feel like I'm guilting people into throwing money at me, but like, so that's not really my intention. I've done quite well this month, but like, there are periods of time like that where it's like shit gets stressful for a bit there. It's weird doing this job for a living. I mean, it's like any kind of gig. Also, Chuck, can I get a lot of beers for Florida Man checking out 4 subs? Like it's one of those jobs where it's kind of like, I describe it like busking. You know, someone might throw a $50 bill into your case, and then you're good for the day. And some days you'll get like quarters. You know, it's like it's not too dissimilar to something like that. You know, it's not too dissimilar. Ponder geometric objects. Let's get the dwarves back up into the tavern. We need some babies today, which we haven't had. So I'm trying to get babies. No one's made me do that, tell me. So this is going to take a minute. Hold up. If you're confused about what's happening, that's okay. It's normal. Where was I? What was the last thing that I read? Berries add flavor to meat soup. Delicious, stretchy berries are the bests. Big, fluffy clouds may contain optimal rain. Wet world, Willy Wonka whips water. Why? Xylophones are magically delicious. Pretty unicorn tail cut interest in half. Boxing event today ended with knockouts. 2 birds with railguns is better than a pair of... And that's all that I have. If you want to add more to that, join my Discord. And go to the add a word story room and add some words. 1 word at a time. If you just randomly swear, I will not read it. Keep it clean, friend. I really hope that these dwarves are getting friends. That was beautiful. I mean, it's poetry written by dwarves. Excited remembering performing. That's always a fun one to see. You felt funness making a friend. You made a friend and you're excited remembering performing? Oh, shit! Trees is the lover of the captain of the guard. Also a pretty happy dwarf. They should have some kids. Force all the dwarves upstairs. But how you doing today, Bob? Tell me. How's thing? Look at all the children. It's like coming out of the bedrooms. It's like a swarm of them. So they can literally only go into the tavern now. So all of the dwarves in the fortress are in the tavern currently. I'm going to keep it this way until they start getting thirsty. This is the best way to make dwarves make friends, is put them in a small space so that they have to. They'll probably also dance and stuff. And do other things that dwarves do. To make more dwarves, they just have to be married, I think. And they don't get married until they stop being an adult, or until they start being an adult, so. Dwarves were getting thirsty. They ran out of booze in the small area that they were allowed in pretty quick. Although dwarven mating rituals are like oddly strange. Yeah, when they're adults. They have to be adults. Are oddly strange. They don't actually have to like sleep in the same bed or anything. They just stand next to each other and hold hands, and a baby happens. It's kind of, you know, all like one step removed from a stork arrives. How old is that? 12? But the youngest I've seen a dwarf have a child at was 40, so at least in this fortress it was 40 something. Yeah, they don't actually like woohoo like in The Sims or anything. The fan theory is that they are mushrooms and they pollinate each other with spores. That is the fan theory. I don't roll with that theory because I think that's weird. I think that Dwarf Fortress leaves some things to imagination. Like 40k orcs, yes. Share a mug of ale. I mean, it's one way to make a baby. Share a mug of ale. Share enough mugs of ale and that'll happen to humans too. And Asarati, is that how you say that? Thank you very much for that brand new subscription. Enjoy the stupid skulls and the dwarves. And lasers and shit. Cheers. And Madman, thanks for paying that gift sub forward. And Demon T. Blanc. Enjoy that subscription. Cheers for hanging out. Thanks, Mad. Big thank you. It's a party in here today, apparently. Just like the dwarves. See, they're dancing. They're happy. That's them celebrating. And more beers, of course, Chad. More beer. Don't hurt yourself, please. Please drink responsibly. This is we are not supporting alcoholism. We are simply saying cheers. Thanks for lurking around long enough to get a beer. Or a sub gifted to you. Does that count as a coffee sip? I mean, I sip coffee very frequently, so. Oh, also, this is very important. OnlyFins is online again. Very important. Very important. OnlyFins is online again. If you want to watch some fish swimming around in a fish tank. My dude Picture Point runs this stream. This is his fish tank. They also have commands now. With information about the different fish. You know. The pet stream is the best? Oh yeah. Pet streams are great. So I'm helping him get it going. Basically, I'm gonna raid that fish tank. That one did. I mean, I was kind of giving you that one. Was kind of giving you that one. That and like I'm not allowed to have a fish tank in my apartment because potential water damage concerns. It's not a building mandate. It's just my landlord's ruling. It's in my annual contract. I'm not allowed to do that, which is unfortunate. But now I can watch fish. You're apparently allowed an aquarium in your truck? That is oddly specific. Wait, is there like a list of allowed pets that you could have in your truck? Because if so, what is the weirdest pet you're allowed to have in your truck? Okay, okay. I want to know the list of pets that you're allowed to have in your truck as a trucker. That is something I would love to know. I would absolutely love to know. What is the permitted pets that you're allowed to have in your truck? Well, if you enjoyed the OnlyFins, they are now live again. Bats. No, that bats just happen if you don't clean the truck enough. Company allows rats? Dude, you should absolutely have a pet rat. You should absolutely have a pet rat in your truck. Like just 2 pet rats. Just like driving around with like a rat just like on your lap, just chilling. You could have like a dashboard rat. No, I'm more just wondering, can you have a snake? It's like, can you please get... Okay, you know, this would be the most absurd you could possibly get with pets and streaming on pets on Twitch is get a pet for your truck and then live stream the pet 24/7 from the truck. No snakes, but that's a legal thing? Fuck. God damn it. Everyone ruins snakes. Mice, cats, dogs, and fish. Fish is so strange to me. Like, how? I mean, snakes are not allowed in a lot of places because people ruin snakes for everybody. Because fuckers are just like, yo, I'm going to own a fucking anaconda. It's like, no, don't own a snake that can kill somebody, you fucks. That's just bad for everybody involved. Some truck driver somewhere fought really hard for... Yeah, some truck driver insisted on having a fucking goldfish. With border snakes and crossing... I would assume the issue would be like them getting out, because snakes can be very problematically... problematic for local populations of snake. Like, at the very least here, it's legal to catch and keep garter snakes during the summer. You have to release them during the winter because, or in the fall by a certain date. And you're not allowed to take them out of province or across the border because they will damage other local snake populations. It ships salmonella-contaminated meat all the time. Oh, that's funny. I mean, it's not wrong. You're not wrong at all. I mean, we just had a salmonella scare with, I think it was chicken. A whole bunch of chicken got recalled. It's like, hey, if you bought chicken from any of these stores, return it. And then, like, I went to my store. They had a big sign out front that says, our chicken did not come from that supplier. We do not have salmonella-infected chicken. Our chicken is safe to buy and eat. Which I thought was very amusing when I saw it. Like, genuinely, I find that very, very, very amusing. But truck drivers who own their own trucks have kept anything from birds to small pigs. Oh, if you own your own truck, there's even less limits? I really want to see somebody with a goat in their truck now. I just want to see somebody like driving around with a goat in their truck. It's like, what are you doing? It's just like doing something weird in the back of your truck. I'm milking my goat. It's been done. I'm sure it has, but like, I want to see it. I want to see it. I remember stumbling upon a stream on Twitch. I don't know if they still stream, but it was, I won't name the channel name because I remember them getting in trouble for doing some terms of service stuff to do with almost like basically doxing people. But there was a garbage man who all right. Yep. That checks out. Anyway, there was a person who okay, the parrot's kind of awesome. The parrot's kind of awesome. But yeah, there's a person who was yeah, not to be confused with lot lizards. That's a very different thing. There was a person who was streaming from a garbage truck, which is a problem because they like are basically doxing all of the people around there. But and like in the general vicinity. But it's, I don't know. I think that shit's interesting. Just watching somebody just be a garbage truck driver and answer questions about being a garbage truck driver was an oddly amusing stream to watch for a little bit. Not that, you know, I have ever had any interest in being a truck driver, but those aren't pets unless that's your fetish. Yeah. Here's the thing, right? You can get like greasy hookers anywhere. You don't need to be in a truck to get greasy hookers. Please. You dated one once? You dated a greasy hooker. I mean, I'm not judging. People got to do what they got to do to make a living. I hear that police will need a warrant now to go through folks' garbage. I feel like that's silly. That's just my knee-jerk reaction to that. That's silly. It's true. You don't need to be a truck driver to get a greasy hooker. I could get a greasy hooker on Craigslist if I really wanted to. Do I want to? No. Absolutely not. I'm desperate, but fuck, I ain't that desperate. Seriously. Sheesh. Or Twitter. Yeah, I mean, I've never looked, but I'm sure you could find a greasy hooker on Twitter if you tried hard enough. Man, I've been put on a lot of lists today. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Pie, I'm sorry for that. It's always annoying. I've been there. Not pleasant. Why are we talking about hookers? Because Frog for Hire mentioned lot lizards. We were talking about keeping cute animals in your truck as a trucker, like goats and various other pets, and the pets that you're allowed to keep in your truck because Orange thinks it's hilarious that he could keep fish in his truck as a truck driver. But it escalated quickly. So, yes, that's why we were talking about hookers. So then what about King Gizzard? Frog. Because the correct way to say that is live by the lizard, die by the wizard. And only ever listen to King Gizzard. It's always science or magic. I still want to know, like, what kind of fish tank can you buy that's sealed enough so that you could drive without, like, killing your fish? Because, like, fish don't like being sloshed around. Like, they really are not a fan of that. Like, they're really not a big fan of being sloshed around inside of anything. Like, you know, don't shake the bag is always the first thing that they say to little kids when they try and take those home. See, it always works. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Just answer everything with magic. Apparently truck drivers are magic. Suspend it in the air and see, now that I would pay to see. I would pay to see somebody who like keeps a fish alive while driving a monster truck by suspending it with rubber bands. Gyroscopic mounted fish tank. That I would also like to see. But the safety officer said he didn't want to know. Oh, so if you have a fish tank in your truck, the safety officer doesn't want to know? Fair enough. Hey, if you hit the brakes too fast, you just get a shower. I mean, what's the real problem there, right? If you hit the brakes too quickly, you get a shower. Oh, he didn't want to know how you keep your fish from dying? Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not gonna lie, fair enough. I am way too amused by this fish tank stream. What's up, audio? How's things? How are you doing? Hello. Hope things are well. Just chilling with some dwarves for a little bit longer. Work was slow. I get you. Chilling with some dwarves a little bit longer, and then I might go take some more photos in Numarangi, unless there's any complaints. If you ever meet said driver, you will ask for a picture. Might not be a bad idea. All right, chat. I should probably eat something. I'm hungry, and I skipped lunch yesterday, so I'm not going to skip lunch today. I'm going to go eat something real quick. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. And can I get a big round of beers? And thanks, everybody, for all the gift subs and everything today. You guys have been very kind. Just hate the feeling of wasting tons of time. No, I fucking understand that. I'm just going to remove the dwarves from the Celebrate screen and let you guys go follow Tiny Goliath. All right. I will be back in a mo. Don't go anywhere too fast.
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
fuck
baby.
yeah, dude.
Let's
That's
go.
fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Primeval's up, you fuck. Ooh, you suck.
Bring out your dead! You fucking donkey!
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
I return. Bowl of rice has been consumed. That was a fast consumption. It was already made, so I just had to get up and eat it. I mean, how long was I gone for? I was gone for like 8 minutes. That's pretty reasonable, considering I also gave myself an injection in that time. It's literally like, get up, stab myself in gut, give myself insulin, check my blood, check my blood sugar, give myself insulin, come back over here, sit down. So. Also, part of the reason I put off eating yesterday is because I'm using different needles right now, and they're significantly bigger, and they hurt like a bitch. So, you know. Where are all the... Oh, I see what they're doing. I was like, where are all these dwarves going? They are storing stuff in stockpiles. Kind of forgot I chopped down all this wood, and I guess it hadn't all been transported yet. Is dramatic rice like the next dramatic hamster? Where it just like zooms in. Dun, dun, dun! Good video.
NANI?
Wait, is that a real article? Oh, the hedge fund that shorted GameStop shuts down. Oh, I read that GameStop just shuts down. A London-based hedge fund that tried to short GameStop is shutting down. Huh. Well, good for them, I guess. I would have been more excited if it was, I would have been way more excited if it was, GameStop that shut down, but. I know, I've heard about that, which is upsetting because they cashed out a shit ton of their stocks and made a buttload of money. I almost would prefer that GameStop was the one that went away. Yeah, they did. I mean, their old CEO got to pay like 174 million fucking dollars and left. The oh, what was it? The ex auto parts guy, the guy who worked for some auto parts company. I can't remember which one it was, but I think it might have been like autoparts.com or something. Anyway, like it was some ex like auto parts guy was the CEO of GameStop for a bit, and he wasn't doing a very good job. Surprising. He was doing a pretty fucking right shit job. That he was. But I don't know. I that is kind of incredible, actually. Though that's. It's kind of incredible, actually, that that whole thing ended up working out as well as it did. I guess. It's kind of incredible. Kind of incredible. Also, Shama. Old Boar 2. The royal treasure has arrived once again. Also got more cougar cubs. That memes killed a $1 million business? I mean, if you could call hedge funds a business. I mean, yes, they are a business, but. You know what I think is really funny about the memes killing hedge funds is what's genuinely funny about that to me is the fact that it immediately points out people who are way too pro-capitalism, because whenever people are like, hey, but like, what about the hedge fund? Like every now and again, like ever since like this stuff started happening, I've seen a few people just like turn around and be like, wait, what, but the hedge? And it's, I don't know. I find that very funny. I find that to be very, very, very funny. Is when there's a person who just turns around and is just like, yeah, I wonder if somebody, actually, I wonder if they were publicly traded. Was the hedge fund that shut down publicly traded? Because now I'm suddenly curious if somebody was shorting the hedge fund. But yeah, no, I mean, congrats on the internet. I guess round of applause. Because that's kind of incredible. I'm still reading through the article right now, which is why I'm like half here. Also, I like that you posted that under post memes. I totally missed that. That was under post memes. Yeah, no, I don't think that hedge funds are publicly traded, so. As far as hedge funds goes, like there's a really really good line in The Big Short, which is, "What are you, some sort of garage band hedge fund?" And they had like $80 million that they were throwing around. Like these two kids in a garage with $80 million is like a small hedge fund. Shama says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Well, it's the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? That you don't go insane and try and kill my dwarves. Like the person you replaced did. They want blocks? Should I sell them rock blocks? They really want rock blocks. Maybe I should sell them rock blocks. I'm gonna sell them some blocks. Can I specify mudstone? No. It's just blocks. Why not? I'll sell them some random blocks. They really want blocks, so I'll give them some blocks. A lot of inside baseball. Moneyball. Another good movie about money. Giant red block. Yeah, I don't know. I have very mixed feelings about that stuff. Especially considering in a couple of years, we're probably going to start seeing movies about, like, I'm waiting for the Dogecoin movie. I'll put it that way. Cyclone, what's up, man? Is it one of those days? You know, my favorite Slipknot song is still Eyeless. It's been a long time since I just sat down and listened to some Slipknot. It has been since before today started, since yesterday. Every now and again, I'll have like a 9 Inch Nails or a Slipknot day. I don't know why I kind of put those two in the same bucket, but like every now and again, it's like, well, I guess I'm just going to sit here and listen to 9 Inch Nails all day. 11:30 last night. That checks out. What's the occasion? If there is one. You know, now that I've said that I'm waiting on the Dogecoin movie, someone is just going to turn around and be like, here's a link to the Dogecoin documentary. There's not a reason? Okay. Usually for me, it's like a specific kind of depression. You know it's bad when I start listening to They Might Be Giants, though. Just waiting for them to bring all of those figurines down, those little people-looking things. There's a commercial for giant lock blocks. Who's Lock and why do we want his blocks? I can't watch that video, I'm sorry. Well, I mean, I probably can, but I don't have the rights to stream it. Huh. So what is this? Some fucking knockoff Duplo shit? Looks like some fucking knockoff Duplo shit. Also, half glancing at the, I mean, I don't know who owns the music in it, right? Like, I don't know who owns any of that, so I'm not going to stream things I don't know. It's just not worth the risk, especially if, like, yeah, no, it's not worth it. Sorry. Just glancing at the fish channel, I like that they're hanging up, like, sheets to cover up windows. That's how you know that, like, they're dedicating to the bit, is when they start hanging up sheets to keep things going. All right, trade. Did you bring us wood? They did! They did bring us wood. Fish channel. Only fins! Friend of mine is streaming him and his sister's fish tank. It's like one of those, what's the word? It's like one of those, like, fish screensavers, except actual fish. Yeah, it's one of those, caveman. Well, so how you doing today, caveman crafting? How's theme? Oh, that's awesome. You should stream this one to support my friend. Well, that's actually adorable. That's like the proper use for YouTube. It's like, I found a stream actually, which is over now, but from a couple months ago, which was literally just a nesting bird. It was like the end of last year. It was like somebody set up a birdhouse and they put like a tiny little camera in it and they just streamed like so you'd like, it started off early. They did like time lapses and stuff later, but it like just started off with like bird coming in and like making a nest for the first couple weeks of it, and then laid eggs, and then it was baby birds, and the mom would come in and feed the babies, and it was a very pleasant little stream to watch for a while there. You lost another fort to a zombie fort. I mean, it was inevitable. After all, I mean that's the one thing I can say about that is it was inevitable, unfortunate but inevitable. Fan, why are you not pointing at me? You're supposed to be pointing at me. There we go. The world is mostly zombies now. Might be time to generate a new world. Probably a younger world. The younger the world, the less undead and stuff like that. Unless you want that stuff. Or like, unless you're specifically trying to get a, you know, a fortress of that gets attacked by zombies frequently. There are like 1 or 2 human civs left. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I've had worlds like that. It's always kind of sad, but it's also, I don't know, it's kind of fun having like almost dead worlds. You feel real special, and then you settle a fortress and immediately just get dwarves, and you're like, and immediately get like the king of your faction, and it's kind of like, whoa, we're important, I guess. Yeah, no, I've heard people talk about forts like that where like they settle and then immediately have to have like defenses or like a door or some sort of wall set up within the first day, or like within the first like 15 days before the undead hide while you still can, shows up, and then zombies walk onto the map, and it's like, well, this is where the fun begins. Something that I'm very much waiting for that I'm super excited to see is when Tarn adds the spreading of Necromancer Tower goo, like the purple evil biome stuff, is supposed to eventually spread like the creep in StarCraft. So eventually, in theory, if you're settled close-ish to what's the word I'm looking for here? A Necromancer Tower, they should, in theory, spread into your biome and make your biome into an evil biome eventually. Which is something that I would really like to see happen real time. Because then you'd have like a legitimate reason to go and either settle close to Necromancer Towers so that happens specifically, or alternatively, you know, avoid them so that that doesn't happen. Both of which I think are a pretty fucking cool outcome. Do what you gotta do, Bastet. Do what you gotta do. Kade ended a mandate. Need 3 more ballista arrows. Also need to place some more statues. Forgot to place this gold statue here. Put the 2 silver ones over here. Feel like you're always learning something new? I mean, Dwarf Fortress is very much a game about always learning something new, which is part of the allure, right? I mean, maybe chicken feet. Not into feet that way, though. I guess at the end of the day, I'm still learning stuff, right? And I know too much about Dwarf Fortress. The need for statue is absolutely nothing. They're all identical. They're all a pre-designed image. I just have a lot of lead, and lead isn't worth much, so I'm making statues. If you can think of something better to do with all of this lead, please do tell. Aside from, like, give it to the elves and laugh as they move really slowly off the map because lead's really heavy. There is absolutely no practical use for all of these statues. Why do I have them? Why not? Like, literally, that's it. It's literally just a why not, and I have a lot of lead. Nope, you cannot make bolts out of lead. It's not a weapon material. No weapons can be made out of lead. You can make bins and barrels out of lead, but they're the heaviest materials, so the dwarves take forever to move anything. So instead, I'm just making statues. Because, I don't know, I haven't thought of anything better to do with it. So I'm making statues. Filling the hallways up with them. Maybe chocolate statue. Or a cheese statue. Both are things I've seen.
Cheese
For everyone. Mark off your bingo cards. You guys enjoying today's stream? Hope today's been chill for you guys. Water pipes? You don't make pipes in Dwarf Fortress. Well, I mean, you do, but you don't make them out of lead. Because, you know, chat, just massive thank you to those of you who support this channel, you know. Anybody with a hat next to your name, anybody who's just said hi today, just thanks. Hi, Orange. What's up? What are pipes? It's the thing in the video game that you have to connect in, nothing much. How about me? How was your day? It's too hot. I'm going hiking on Saturday, so there won't be a stream. That's about it. It's too hot. Playing dwarfs. Time's passing by as it's supposed to be, as it was intended. One dwarf died. It was inevitable and disturbing. I don't feel anything about this. Yeah, that's about it. I paid my credit card bill this morning. That was like the most exciting thing I did today. There was a small hype train earlier. That was also pretty exciting. My life is very exciting, as you can tell. It's a lot of just sitting here and talking and playing video games.
Woohoo!
Yeah, woohoo. As they say, woohoo. Well, I mean, pay off the credit card bill so I can pay it off again next month. I pay it off in full because my phone bill goes through on the 20th and I usually pay it off by the 25th. And my phone bill just goes straight onto the credit card. It's just easier that way. So I do that. Yep, I've never had more. Well, the most credit card debt I've ever had was $1,100, and I paid it off 20 minutes later. No, that was because I booked a hotel. Airbnb, actually. Yeah, I don't have any credit card debt, period. I don't have any debt, actually. Part of my, like, frugal... Part of my insanity is because I'm extremely frugal, and I refuse to go into debt for anything, period, just ever. It's just, no matter how well I'm doing or how poorly I'm doing, it's not worth going into debt. Nothing is worth going into debt. Which is part of the reason I kind of refuse to, like, do post-secondary school. It's because, like, I don't want to take student loans. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Don't care. Here comes the other statue. You freeload off your credit cards, pay them off every month. Never let them collect interest from you? What, you mean like you max them out and then just pay off the minimum to not get any interest? Is that what you mean? Went the route of driving and living in a semi-truck for about 2 years while you taught yourself how to program. I know somebody who went to university and lived out of his car during it, and then got a job at a very large company that makes a certain OS that's very popular, and then continued to live out of his car while lying about his address. Worked there for 4 years. And then bought a house in Mississippi and now is self-employed. So, you know. You pay the amount you owe in full every month. So same as me then. I mean, I don't consider that freeloading. I mean, I just pay it off like 30 minutes after I pay the bill. But I never max it out. There's so many better places. Land is cheap. I think he lives on 30 acres. He streams sometimes. I won't say who it is, though. But you've probably... Actually, you probably haven't seen his streams because he hasn't streamed in a while. Pretty sure he also invested in Bitcoin early. He's one of those. Most medium to large towns have at least one pilot or other truck stops that have most amenities pretty cheaply. I don't say that's comfortable, but as somebody who can't drive without an apartment, it's pretty hard to live comfortably. I don't consider living in a campground comfortable, but okay. Maybe if you live somewhere tropical. As someone who doesn't drive, I've done the homeless thing before, which was a combination of sleeping on benches and couch surfing. Never again. Never again. Never again. It's the only time in my life where I've woken up and seen people snorting coke off of a table. Never again. It's the only time like I've seen people like overdose on heroin multiple times in a week. Never again. When you were in TA in Ohio, you felt like... yeah. Yeah, I can... I mean, my showers for like 3 months of my life were at the local swimming pool. Literally would just go there and pay them $1 for morning swim, because it was $1 to swim on Sundays before 8 in the morning, I think. So I would be there at 6 and I would shower right after work. I'd literally just go in, shower, and then leave. All of those green glass blocks. Look at that shit. Getting all of that glass. I swear I'm not talking about drugs. How much further do we have to go? Okay, so it's like layer 42 where the caverns start, and I get to go through that. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. That's going to be where things get interesting when I get to that layer. Of course, there are others that are more adventurous. I don't know. Of course, you were in the army, so compared to sleeping in a hole in the ground, most things are comfortable. I don't know if I have an opinion on that subject, Caveman. I really don't. I'll put it this way. This isn't a one-up contest, so I will simply smile and disagree that living without a place is comfortable. I don't agree. Just flat. I don't agree. I don't think the military has anything to do with it. All right. Well, we got plenty of glass blocks again, so I can go maybe 1 or 2 more layers down, maybe 3 before running out. Pretty sure that there is also a forgotten beast in the basement right now. Or at least there was. Maybe it's disappeared. Oh, that's pleasant. Everybody loves people who just flex. Orange. What was that? They bought 50 Bitcoin in 2011 at 10 cents a piece? To the car dealership? Uh-huh. Go on. Oh, did he just buy a car with cash? I'm really curious what he did. They refused to sell him a car the other day. All right. I'm still waiting for the part where this turns into a flex. Classmate asked him to drive you to the asked you to drive him to the car dealership, and they refused to sell him a car the other day. So at what point does this become a flex? I guess I just don't see the flex yet, so I'm waiting for the flex. So he bought it from a dealer across the country, cash, and then had it set to pick up at the local dealership, which gives them absolutely no money. Hey. I mean, I don't know. I don't find that funny. I think that's kind of asinine, personally. On both people's accounts, just people being assholes to each other. I don't find that particularly amusing. Also, autumn has come. Stone, are you still awake? Because we're in autumn now. Meaning, the ribbon on top. Yeah, with a giant ribbon on top. We have 2 tributes on paperwork. Yep, Stone's still present. Good stuff. The humans are saying, huh. Or, as they do. I don't believe I've ever seen a car with a giant ribbon on top. I've definitely seen, like, cars with, like, the just married, like, cans stretching as far as the eye can see, but I don't believe I've ever seen, like, the car with the ribbon on top thing, you know? So what do you guys say? Do we populate OnlyFins until it becomes a popular stream? Because I think that's what we need to do. I think that's what we need to do. We populate that channel so that it grows. We can help them. I think you'd have to detail it. The ribbon's a little silly, but... detailing it makes perfect sense, though. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll, Stone. Scroll. All the way doing. Hey, bro, that's a tame slug. How kind of them? And a bull. Man. That must be heavy. That poor mule carrying the bull. That poor mule. A tame slug, yeah. As opposed to an untamed slug. Also, I missed this, but Caveman Crafting, thanks for the host. I don't know if you were streaming, but if you were, cheers. Yeah, there's a tame slug in there. One tame slug, to be fair. I must have been bred in captivity. We'll have to give it cucumbers and leaves. All right, well... Ah, there you are. Here's the other human, which is taking the long route around. I getcha. Well, thank you. Auto hosting is kind of like a. It's a neat thing because like it doesn't really help much, but at the same time it also kind of does. Auto hosting is weird. I can't imagine Twitch before auto hosting yet. Back when I first started streaming, Twitch didn't have hosting, let alone auto hosting. Back then, raiding was just like, yo, we're just gonna tell people to go raid people. Like you just like yell at people, go to this channel, and that's all you did. The fun, it indeed never ends. It truly never ends. Cyclone. Even when I'm dead, the fun won't end. Someone else will take my place, ready to provide more fun. This park is indeed really clean and titty. Cyclone, you saw the, You saw the no-clip RCT video that was full of random people that we know that had footage of me in it, right? And our parks. Okay, just checking that you saw that. Just checking. Girlfriend asked you to use your Prime to let her buy a book for the birthday for someone she knows that you hate. That seems like an awkward twinge in the relationship. Not judging your relationship, of course. I don't know all the details, but that sounds sketch to me. That sounds kind of sketch, not gonna lie. Should have got the person How to Win Friends and Influence People. Is that an actual title for a book? I mean, I believe it if it is, but that's kind of scary. I mean, I'm pretty good at influencing people into buying video games, but I'm clearly bad at the second part of that. Is it? I don't know. I only read books on game design. Really? Read that book? I mean, I doubt it would help me win friends. Also, based on the way you guys are talking, I'm assuming it's satirical. Oh, you've read that book. Ah, okay. I getcha. It sounds satirical based on your descriptions, though. But a bit dated. Well, now consider me very confused. Consider me very confused now. You know what's something that I think is genuinely hilarious? Dead Mouse got banned from Twitch for saying a racial slur. Maybe it was a homophobic slur. It was a slur. Got banned from Twitch for saying a slur that you're not allowed to say on Twitch. I think it was a homophobic slur. It was not a long ban, 7-day ban or something. Said he was quitting Twitch and moving to Mixer. Moves to Mixer. Streams on Mixer till Mixer shuts down. Gets really mad that Mixer shut down. says he's going to stream on his own website. Streams on his own website for like 6 months, and now he's back on Twitch. I find that kind of funny. It's like they always come back. No matter what you did, who you are, what you said, who they said it to, why they did it, they always come back eventually. And I find that very funny. Yeah, the whole time his global emote stayed active. He did skip YouTube, yeah. He didn't ever stream on YouTube. I just think that that's very funny. It's like they always, because Twitch is recommending Deadmau5's stream to me right now. It's under the recommended channels on the left bar. Video streaming is pretty expensive. Dude's got a lot of money. Like that dude's got a lot of money. A whole lot of money. You know what I don't get? Deadmau5 has a global emote, but T-Pain doesn't. T-Pain needs a global emote, I'm just saying. Yes, he is Canadian. I saw him live once. My mom loves his music. I've grown to dislike him as his antics got heavier. I really liked him in the Board of Canada era before Ghosts and stuff because I was one of those kids. Feels glum after getting into an argument. Don't be glum, you silly dwarf. Why are you glum? Don't need glum dwarves. I wonder how, Shama is doing, friends-wise. I really wish I could check the Diplomat's friends. Just socializing with the dwarves right now. Unicorn got stung by a honeybee. Well, nothing was lost. But anyway, being Canadian doesn't really have much to do with whether or not I like a celebrity. I mean, Justin Bieber's Canadian. You know? I'll say this. I would have more respect for Deadmau5 these days if he apologized for saying shitty things to people. If he apologized for saying shitty things to people. And he kind of didn't, so. You know what I mean? It's difficult to like people when they don't apologize for saying shitty things. Yeah, I mean, Deadmau5 was one of those people who I really quite enjoyed a lot of his music until he became a more online person. And then it's like, oh, he's kind of a dick. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't really like T-Pain's music, but now that he has a super heavy online presence, I actually really like T-Pain because he's just such a chill dude. And also having met T-Pain at multiple Twitch events helps. It's like, I don't know. There are certain celebrities as like things have become, as social media has grown and social media has become more prevalent and people have like gained a streaming presence and an online presence and that kind of stuff. There are certain celebrities that I've grown to like more and some that I dislike significantly more. Heavily depends on the group, but also, by the way, for reference, we're going for 250 years today. That's the goal. We're getting 250 today. Getting 250 today. And then I think we'll, unless there's complaints, I think we'll do more achievement hunting in Umurangi Generation. You're a big fan of forgiving people when they F up, but taking responsibility and apologizing or making an effort. At least pretending to make an effort. You know, like, I know that there's a lot of really... Like, I think my favorite accusations, problems, redemption arc on the internet is probably Pro Jared, where it's like shitty accusations, worse accusations, even worse accusations. He goes silent for 3 months and then puts out an hour-long video debunking every single one of the accusations, systematically and proving that every single one of them wasn't true. and also he has some weird fetishes. Which is like, okay. Fine, you win. Good job. Which is maybe one of my favorite, like, internet celebrity falls to redemption arcs. And I completely agree with that lump. It's like, if somebody like does something shitty or says something shitty and then makes an effort to change or accept that they did something shitty, it's like I've said shitty things to people in the past and I've apologized, you know. But it's like there's just so many examples of people doing something shitty or saying something shitty, and then instead of apologizing or trying to make that thing better, they just step away and wait for it to blow away and then just keep doing the same thing, and it's just a matter of time until they do that. Like great grandkids. We're on generation 5. Just let me find a dwarf for a second here. Yeah, we are on 5th generation. Because Axon was one of the first dwarves, so generation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're on generation 5. Well, currently on the 6th generation. It's even worse when people double down. Yeah, no, if somebody doubles down, it's like, you know. And then when people defend the person that doubles down, then this is why I have no friends anymore, is because, like, person says shitty thing on the internet, person doubles down after doing a shitty thing on the internet, and then other people back them up. And then I'm like, well, you know, you're backing up a crappy person who's doubling down on after doing something mean to somebody or saying something mean to somebody. It's like, No, all of the originals have died of old age. No, absolutely. They've all died of old age. 100% all of the originals have died of old age, but their great grandkids are still alive. Just the only way to look up their family trees is to go through the ones that are still alive. I also have baby cougars in the fort. Look at them. Aren't they adorable? They're legendary climbers. They're adorable. But yeah, no, we are almost year 250 on the fort. Year 255, we're currently in mid-autumn. We will be a quarter of the way done in like 3 months, 4 months in game. Also, either I am being really boring today or everybody's watching the fish stream instead, which is also fair. But stream's a little quiet today, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, I usually just create a copy of the world if I want to do stuff. I usually just create a copy of the world. 49 people. I have a rule in the fort. I have a rule in my stream where if I go below 50 viewers, it's time to end stream. But we'll power through to the end of the year because I want to get 250. No? Why are you saying no? It's the truth, though. It's the truth. Although that also means that I'm privileged to the point to be able to do that. You just wanted to make a noise. Could have picked a better noise. But it is what it is. Still kind of amused, but the debate of best Scooby-Doo character is now dissolved into D&D skill checks. What debate are you talking about? I'm so confused. There you go, lump. There you go. What debate are we talking? What even debate is that? I'm so perplexed by all of this. Where are people discussing the best? Oh. Wait, hold on a second. I think I may have figured out why your bosses want you guys in the office and are worried about your guys' productivity. I think I may have figured out why your bosses want you working in an office and not from home and are worried about at-work productivity. Most of the people in this are in the office. Yeah, but like I think I figured out why. I think I figured out the concern and the problem. Principles of interviews. We got some really good names for books in this fort. Also, Totoro, how do you like your new job? I wonder what mulling over the... Holy shit. Reoccurring memory made you think. After seeing Totoro die. Strengthening. He believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. It's an interesting dwarf. Migration in the Universe. It's written by Trumpet Dog, who's been dead for a long time. It concerns the migratory patterns of creatures. The writing has a touch of melancholy. It's not awful, but not very good either. Should make more choirs. And then bind some books. Also need some scribes. What are you doing? Oh, you're just socializing. But yeah, no, I do honestly believe, Pilot, that I figured out why your bosses are worried about your guys' productivity. All they need to do is read your Slack conversations, and they're like, well, got to get these guys back in the office, because this ain't going to do. This ain't going to do. There's just no way this is gonna suffice. When did I say that you got a new job? Audio. I'm talking to Pilot. I don't believe I ever stated that you got a new job. But I know that you were somewhere where you were able to watch at the end of the streams instead of the beginning stream of the streams for a bit. I know that you were on a trip. No, I'm talking to Pilot about his managers wanting him back in the office. I'd blame them. I mean, here's the thing. If your bosses are worried about productivity at work, Pilot, I would blame my coworkers. Like, if bosses are just like, oi, productivity is a concern, so thus we're going to make sure that you guys... That's a new one. The diets of different creatures. I've never seen dietary relationships before. Huh. But a couple weeks ago, Pilot, you were talking about your bosses wanting people back in the office due to being worried about productivity. So that's all I'm talking about. But maybe I'm off base. Man. This fan was a good idea. I think I'm going to use the fan for the rest of the summer. Until I go nuts. Those people are back in the office now? Yep. Well. They went back for fairness? Fairness. What's fairness? What's fair about them going back to work in the office? I don't understand. I wish I did, but I really don't. I've read it 4 times. I've read every single thing that you've said. So what do I need to read again? They want everyone back for fairness. How's that fair? It's literally putting you in potential risk. I don't see that being fair. Ah. Fair is letting people have the option to work from home. That's fair. I could see an argument to be made for cycling everybody through the office. Where you do like a 2 days on, 3 days off kind of situation. Which is why I'm saying I don't see the fairness. Yeah, you get way more freedoms in the day. You don't have to fucking drive to work or transit to work or commute to work. You get way more free time at home. You get to, walk over to your fridge and get a what's something you get that normal people get from their fridge? An apple. And walk back over to the desk. You can pet your cat. Have a beer. Yeah, there you go. Have a crappy client on the phone. Go grab a beer. Smoke a... Maybe don't do that. Don't work under the influence of more than just a beer. I wouldn't recommend that. But that's just me. You do you. Lift weights. Yeah, there you go. Walk on the treadmill. Get a standing desk. Yeah, don't die in a car accident. Man, actually, you want to know? Here's a statistic that I would like to see. Check the mail. Yeah, exactly. Here's a statistic I would like to see. I wonder how many less... okay, I want to know what percentage of car accidents are during commutes and how many people die in car accidents commuting to work every day. And then I want to know how many people have died in 2020 commuting to work. Like, I want to know the difference there. Like, what's the number of car accidents that happened in, 2019, 2018 during commuting hours? And what's the number of car accidents that happened during 2020 during commuting hours when everybody was working from home? I'm actually kind of curious now. Oh, absolutely, except deliveries of all the new LPs you buy. I mean, I never miss a delivery for my LPs because I'm here all the time. And then when I don't, I go, you didn't even knock on my fucking door. You have the buzzer number to get into my building. When I used to commute to work, when I worked full-time and I was commuting 5 days a week, it was like $1,200 a year for bus tickets. It's not a tax deduction. We are making books again. Because apparently I ran out of quires somehow. Somehow. New podcast from Nextlander. Huzzah! But yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. That is crazy to me. I think it's crazy anyway. But yeah, I don't know. I wonder how many people normally die a year of car accidents and how many people died in 2020 of car accidents. Probably, I mean, most likely more people are dying again, but not that many people probably care about that stat, to be fair. It's probably considered a pretty low concern for a lot of people. From the stress of commuting? I didn't even think about that, but like, yeah, like anxiety related deaths. It's like, I wonder, okay, if we went to a world where you only need to commute to work, like let's say twice a week, I wonder if average life expectancy, at the very least in the Western world, would increase. Just from like less stress of the work environment, less like like less commuting, more time with family in theory, if you have family. Or like more time clinically depressed because you never leave the house. Me versus normal people. Is it the opposite of what I'm expecting? It's 24% spike in roadway deaths. So more people died in car accidents in 2020? Now is that due to high stress? That's wild. I'm just reading this article now. I find this hard to believe. Less people on roads, maybe people drive less so they forget how to drive. It varies wildly by state. Like, this is specifically US. 3% less deaths in Alaska, 11% less deaths in Delaware, 20% less deaths in Hawaii. Idaho is down 7%, but like Arkansas is up 26%, Connecticut's up 22%. Fucking District of Columbia is 33, Georgia up 18%. Okay, that kind of makes sense because of I wonder how much actually a lot of this is like rioting states too. South Dakota's up 33%, Vermont's up 32, Rhode Island's up 26. Some people forget how to drive every winter. I mean, if it rains in California, 1,000 people die. Like, a lot of those were rioting states, too. So I wonder how much that has to do with it. That is wild, though. That is not what I was expecting. Huh. Interesting. But yeah, I mean, like, the Cannonball Run world record was broken, what, like 4 times or something in like the first 3 weeks of lockdown because people were like, oh, there's nobody on the roads. Okay, let's break the world record of the speed of driving all the way across the states. It was like, hold on, what actually is the current record for the Cannonball Run? Now I need to know. No, I don't want to buy DVDs for the movie Cannonball Run. 32 hours and 51 minutes is the current record. From one end of the US to the other. It's the unofficial, unsanctioned automobile race run the Cannonball Run. So driving all the way, like, and yeah, no, it was something like, it was like 72 hours or something before the pandemic, and then like, it drastically increased the speed in 2020. Yeah, the record was broken multiple times during the COVID-19 pandemic, taking advantage of the reduction of both road users and law enforcement presence. In April 2020, an anonymous crew traveled the Red Ball Garage from east side of Manhattan to the Port Hill Hotel, a total of 2,825 miles in 26 hours and 38 minutes. The team averaged 106 miles per hour, and the record was completed in the previous record was completed in 2019 with additional fuel tanks. In May 2020, somebody dropped it down to 25 hours. And then in June 2020, someone got it to 25 hours and 55 minutes, breaking the record by 5 minutes. On April 4th, 2020, a three-man team did it in 28 hours and 30 minutes on diesel, which is the diesel record. Here's the fucking Wikipedia page if you want. You want to go looking at it. But yeah, it's fucking 25 hours and 55 minutes to get across the states. That's fucked. That is absolutely fucked, but kind of amazing, actually. It's a good rabbit hole, Frog. It's a good rabbit hole. I don't know if there's I was about to ask if there's a Russian equivalent of the Cannonball Run. I want to know if there's a Russian equivalent. Because I have a feeling it would either be way easier or way harder. Man, fucking Jesus Christ. You know, there's part of me that's really sad that it's completely illegal. I would absolutely watch that if it was broadcast on TV. Absolutely would watch that. Like, just 1,000%. If the Cannonball Run wasn't illegal, I would watch it. Yes, and it's horrible. I've seen it. It's not a good movie. It's not even like Fast and the Furious bad good. It's just bad. That's not the kind of thing I want from a movie like that. Absolutely, Darren. Yep, crazy people. Race from North Korea. Race from North Korea to Norway would be cool. Good luck. Why not South Korea? Go through North Korea. Current motorcycle record holder used a bike equipped with a 15-gallon auxiliary fuel tank, a radar detector, and a radar. What? How long did it take him? Lump. Also, there's got to be an Australian equivalent, right? Australia has to have an equivalent of that. Australia has to. They probably have 5. Wait a second. Why is that door open? Oh, because it's sealed. Whew. Never mind. I was for a second there. I was like, "Why is that door open?" Because I thought that this was supposed to be closed. It's fine. I've sealed it. So there is an equivalent in Russia? Excellent. Come on, Dwarf. Just go dig through that. Why you no dig? You should be able to get out now. Okay, now they can get out. Jeez. That's some serious drive. I can't actually see that because Twitch breaks that link, but here. Let me see if I can grab that. $137 hours. Oh, what, from... Oh, from the border... Oh, I see what you mean by North Korea. It's from the border of North Korea. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that is quite far. Holy shit. Will this dox me if I show this page? I think it will. I'm just going to assume it will. That's... I like this. It's like 137 hours without traffic. It's like it has that caveat. It's like driving from one end of Russia to the other. 137 hours. Good Lord. Good Lord. It's been a minute since I thought about the Cannonball Run, and I'm just like reminding myself why I'm absolutely fascinated by it. Like I said earlier, it's a rabbit hole, but it's a fucking good rabbit hole. Like on the scale of like quality of rabbit holes, that's one of the highest quality rabbit holes you can fall into on the internet, I think. Yeah, it doesn't take the whole link. You can copy it though. There's a Russian truck simulator? Huh. No, I haven't tried Russian truck simulator. I've only ever played truck simulator. And I've played truck simulator with mods that add Russia, but I've never played Russian truck simulator. Oh, that one? That's not Russian truck simulator. That's just spin tires.
Madness.
Spin tires. Spin tires, and then Spin Tires Mud Runner, and then Snow Runner, which ruined the franchise for me. And it's the best-selling and the most popular one. Hi, Hobo. How are you? We're about to hit 250 years. Just a few months off. 3 months off of 250 years. Which means we're a quarter of the way done, almost. I don't know what we'll do this evening, but what's up, dude? How's things? Yo, Hobo, we have a new favorite stream that we're supporting. You know, it's funny. Wave Depletion is talking with them about like ways to make money on that stream, and I'm sitting here going like, give it 6 months, and this fucking fish tank is gonna make more money in a month than my stream. Give it 6 months, and that fish tank will make more money in a month than my stream. I mean, yeah, I've just had that stream up all day. Well, I mean, we're gonna make it famous. Trust me, chat. We're gonna help them get famous because look at this shit. That dude would be super rich. The fish would also die because everybody would overfeed the fish. They have to put daily limits on it, so it's not quite unlimited money, but. Also, I don't know about Rich, but he definitely have some pocket change. Turn on bubbles in the tank. 50 bits to make bubbles go by. Just brrr. Like have like a little volcano or something that just erupts bubbles. Yeah, no, you can't. You'd kill fish if you let people pay to feed. But maybe like 50 bits to make an animated SpongeBob run across the bottom of the tank. Or something like that. There you go. Now we're talking money. I mean, I always have like existential crises whenever I look at the fish, or not the fish, the Our Wonderful Chicken Life stream. Specifically because that stream makes way more money than I do. And it's literally just like a fully automated chicken coop. And I feel like I spend 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, 15 hours a day streaming and talking and trying to be entertaining. And it's like there are more people watching a fucking chicken coop. Do you ever just feel completely inadequate? Because that's what makes me feel completely inadequate. Is there an octopus stream? God, I wish. No, I don't know. I don't go looking because, as I said, those streams ruin my will to live. The only reason I'm supporting the fish tank stream is because it's a friend of mine. I want to see him get some success. And because I like fish. You mean like you climbing mountains to take a photo and it gets 25 likes on Instagram, and then somebody just makes duck lips and takes a selfie and it gets 1 million likes? Never judge that. You never judge yourself that way? I wish I had that superpower, Frogfire. But also I would argue that it's easier to judge your job than it is anything else, right? Which is why I basically ignore the existence of all social media now. Because like I also know how bullshit social media is. Trash is rewarded at most. See, here's the thing though, right? A like is a fucking like and doesn't matter. That chicken stream makes more money in a day than I do most weeks. We're not talking likes here. We're talking money and ability to be able to live and getting paid to live. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about likes here. It's like, yes, likes can help your self-esteem, sure. But I'm not talking about likes. I'm talking about paying bills. And that's why it makes me feel inadequate, because it's like, oh, well, I put hours in to learn games and stream and be entertaining and talk and hopefully entertain people and talk and build a community that people value and want to be a part of and come back to and all that stuff. And then, you know, that person turns on a stream of chickens. It's just like, you know, it's difficult to, you know, not compare yourself. Especially in a world where I've been doing this for like 8 years, right? It's like social media I don't give a shit about. I don't care how many fucking likes my shit gets. Really don't. Really, really don't. YouTube I care a bit more, but I don't really care about likes or dislikes or comments. I care that stuff gets views so that I can pay bills, right? And that's all that I genuinely care about at the end of the day, is making a community that people genuinely like and want to come back to and paying my bills sustainably. And I do, but man, it is frustrating when it's just like, oh, well, you're paying your bills by just, you know, 24/7 stream of a random shit. Oh, absolutely, yes. Yeah, absolutely. You can make the argument that getting lots of likes on Instagram can lead to like sponsor deals and stuff. But I'm not talking about likes on social media, right? When I talk about like oh, this stream gets more views than me, and it's literally just a chicken coop. It's like, I totally understand the argument of, oh, well, you know, it's just likes and don't compare yourself to that. It's like, sure. I mean, it's in the same directory as the only Finn's stream. It's like, sure, but like there are streams of chickens that make more money in a day than I do in a month. Some days. Like I watched somebody donate a Bitcoin to that stream when that stream was worth like, or when Bitcoin was worth like $20,000 a couple of years ago. Like that's where that chicken stream's at, just to give you an idea. I mean, not according to the massive following they have that I don't have, right? Like, you're only as, like... ooh, native silver. This is new. I don't believe I've ever found native silver before. There's ducks, too. Maybe they've added ducks since I last paid attention. I actually know somebody who did a 24/7 stream of ducks that nobody watches, which I think is really sad, actually. He put a lot of effort into it, too. Very much emulated the chicken stream, and yeah, like, nobody watched it. I think he eventually shut it down. That is a lot of silver. I don't know. This is like weird streamer shit to complain about, but... I hope it makes a degree of sense. And I don't just sound like I'm bitching, because I like to think I'm not just bitching, just kind of bitching. It's just an internet petting zoo. That's all it is. It's just an internet petting zoo. I just think it's weird that they're all in the science and technology directory. Like, it's such a random fucking directory, though. Yeah, I mean, on the same coin, fucking, you know, thumbs up and kudos to them, right? You know, they got into a thing early. They did it in, yeah, the cannabis growing stream is my favorite. The weed stream is my favorite. They got in early and they got in big and they got a lot of success because of it, right? And you know, like, fucking, as I said, kudos to them. But at the same time, it is very easy to feel completely inadequate as a person when you put 8 hours. It's kind of like literally being replaced by a robot, actually. You know, it's kind of like getting laid off at your job as a cashier because they put in an automatic checkout and then laid off 10 cashiers, which happened to a friend of mine. Initially, actually, he got moved to the night shift stocking shelves and then eventually let go and laid off entirely. So it's like, and then Safeway closed. So that's, I guess that shows how well they were doing as a company. But like, it kind of feels like that, I guess. It's like, oh, well, I mean, you could, I guess, watch a channel like mine, or you could watch some 24/7 stream, you know? I mean, I watch plenty of 24/7 streams that are very low effort, so, you know, like it's no different than that fucking volcano stream that I was watching. Or they just happen to have a volcano close by to film. You never use those automatic checkout lines? I use them. But my grocery store doesn't have them, so I never use them at my local grocery store. I only use them in a Walmart if I ever go to... Oh, actually, that's not true. I use them in the store that has my pharmacy in it. But that's because they usually don't do actual checkouts since the pandemic started. Like, there's almost never someone there. It's like the only way to actually check out in a reasonable amount of time, unless you like specifically request it. Midwinter 254. You'll just order it online. I mean, that's what most people do these days. But yeah, no, I mean, I guess that's kind of like the closest analog I could think of. You know, it would be like getting laid off of an assembly line job because they got a robot to do it for you. That's kind of what it feels like. Fortunately, I found an AI stream the other day, which was like an AI VTuber where it would like respond to chat with text to speech based on what was typed. And it was incredibly unengaging and unentertaining and kind of creepy. So I'm not fully going to be replaced by a robot yet. We're getting there, but we're not there yet. Man, streamers getting replaced by robots, ain't that a fucking joke? Ain't that a fucking joke? I'm on Twitch because there ain't no jobs. Well, guess what? Even more jobs are going away. That's not totally true. That's not entirely why I'm on Twitch. I'm on Twitch because I wanted to work in radio, and we all know how radio's going these days. He says, while promoting a stream of fish, I'm helping a friend, dude. Like, genuinely, I'm helping a friend. Am I not allowed to help my friend? Besides, if I can help my friend take a chunk out of that chicken stream, I'm gonna do it. Just saying. Those chickens are my arch nemesis. God damn it. Yeah, right? First they try to get you to click scammy links because what the fuck that grill do? Yes, no, exactly. It's literally, it's a friend of mine's stream of fish, so I'm helping him get it going. Like I said, I'm allowed to help my friend. I think there's a very big difference between helping a friend out and complaining about feeling inadequate versus streams like that one. Because, yeah, no, like streams of that stream of fish does make me feel kind of inadequate. It's like I was even talking to Picture Point about this the other day, the guy who's running that stream, where I'm just like, yeah, no, I mean, like streams that run 24/7 that do really well make me genuinely feel completely inadequate. They honestly do. Because it's like often, like there's a lot of streams in that directory that do way better than me. But, you know. It is what it is. But, you know, what can you do? The answer is not a whole lot. All I can really do is sit here, hang out, keep streaming. That's what I got. I can't own any animals. You're not going down the existential rabbit hole. If I ever buy a house, like I said before, I will get chickens. And I also really want to get bees. And you bet your ass I'll stream both of them. And you bet your ass I'm gonna raid both of them. Aren't those streams fads, though? The chicken stream has been going for years, so I don't think that's necessarily a fad. Some of them are. Like the Google Homes talking to each other stream was definitely a fad. The stop sign stream was definitely a fad. Like, there are some, yeah, that come and go pretty quick. But will the bees raid me? Maybe. Only in Soviet Russia do the bees raid you. I can continue to dwarf my way to success. Me dwarfing to success depends very heavily on three things, Pilot. Well, number one, I don't need to dwarf my way to success. I'm already successful, right? I have 430 subscribers, thanks to you kind fucking souls that I'm holding in my hand right now, Twitch chat. And I pay my bills. And I'm not in debt. I'm already successful. So I don't need to worry about getting to success because I'm already there. But massive success depends heavily on three things. When the Steam version of DF comes out and how it's received are the first two. Actually, a few more things. When the Steam version comes out, how well it's received when it comes out, and how well the YouTube algorithm likes me when the Steam version comes out. And how many people stream it when it comes out, whether or not they host me, and whether or not my stream rises to the top when the Steam version comes out. Because, like, if the Steam version comes out and let's just say big streamer number 47 streams the game, and people watch big streamer number 47, and then big streamer number 47 stops streaming the game, and big streamer number 47 doesn't raid anybody, or maybe raids another big streamer, and then nobody goes and watches other streams. I mean, that's me and LGR, Frog Fryer. I love LGR. I watch LGR, like, clean old monitors and shit. And I watch, like, V Westlife talk about tape decks. Welcome back, Besta. I love those. I love those videos. Those videos are great. Absolutely great. I also watch videos of people walking around at night in the rain. Like, no commentary or anything. Literally just, like, walking around in the rain. But then again, I do that myself, too, when it rains. But when I have no rain, I watch videos of other people walking around in the rain. You like the one that's an RE? I watch train simulator videos on a friend of mine's channel. But it's not involved like this channel. No, totally. I mean, like... But do I just sound like I'm bitching? Because if I do, I'll shut the fuck up. I'm starting to feel like I sound like I'm just bitching. I swear that's not my intent. It's so chill. I believe it, Flux. I do believe it. We're into late winter. The last month of the year. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is. Automating all of this native silver because there's a lot of it apparently. I'd probably enjoy slow TV. Probably. But if it requires a TV subscription, I'll pass. My mayor wants me to make 2 crowns. They have some on Netflix, you think? I'm good. Here's the thing. There's probably plenty of that stuff on YouTube. More of that stuff on YouTube than I need from Netflix. I'd rather support my friendly local walking nighttime YouTubers than, you know, watch some company. Besides, it's great. People always leave timestamps about where the cat is. It's like, there's a cat that shows up at this timestamp. It's like 2 hours into this 3-hour walking video. It's like, here's the cat that runs across the road. Which I find endlessly amusing. Galena and native silver. Damn. That's just a guy mowing lawns. I am not surprised. I don't need to watch somebody mow lawns, but I am not surprised. I mean, this is a Twitch channel of some guy streaming Dwarf Fortress, which is way crazier than somebody mowing lawns. Just saying, way crazier than somebody mowing lawns. The fact that I'm here playing Dwarf Fortress and talking to people in kind of a talk show format, that is significantly crazier, by all accounts, than some guy mowing his lawns. But I will forever be in a battle with my own self-esteem when I watch that chicken channel. For the viewer and for the player. It's pretty inaccessible on both fronts. Making it work. And say that again. I mean, at the end of the day, the most impressive thing about my Twitch channel, and I've been saying this for literally years, is I'm still here. Which sounds incredibly fucking mundane when I say it out loud, but it's very true. The most incredible thing about my channel is that I'm still here. Our king made a nice crown. A masterpiece nice crown. It's the most impressive thing that you could say about any Twitch channel ever. And I still go back to the statement that I've said for years, which is, some of us are still here with you. I don't know why, but you are. It's like, I mean, I talk about this seemingly all the time to me, but like the number of channels that I knew when I started that haven't streamed in a very, 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 very long time is more than I can count. I can't even count the number of channels that were around when I started that haven't streamed in 4 or 5 years. Twitch partners or not. Just, I can't keep track of how many channels have quit in the time that I've been streaming. That is a lot of fucking silver. Holy shit. And I keep finding more. I keep finding more. And I just found even more. Also, it feels like not that long ago we hit year 200. I feel like time's slowed down, but also sped up. It's like time's sped up, but it's slowed down because I'm playing the fort less. So the amount of time that passes per stream has gone up, but the amount of time I actually put into the fort has gone down overall. Let's just prioritize this up. How those sorts of shifts happen? Yep. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like, I think one of the few people that I knew from back in the day who still streams is Ludi. But, you know. Actually, I just checked. I just stalked his stats. I don't think he's streamed in a month. So maybe not. Maybe even he's gone now. No, he streamed 13 hours ago, apparently. Oh, he's opening Pokemon cards. Okay, yeah, he streamed 3 times in the last month, basically. I mean, we are striking a lot of silver and a lot of gold in this fortress right now. So that much is confirmed. So that is oh, actually, we haven't found any gold. Plenty of silver though. All of this is silver, native silver and silver ore. I don't even know what I'm going to do with all of this silver. I don't even know. There's just so much. "28th of Obsidian." Just a few more days. So 10 months for a quarter of the way. But I slowed down significantly since the initial spat at the beginning, because we are now on the 1st of spring. We are a quarter of the way through Longdeath. We are a quarter of the way through Longdeath. That's that. We made it. How does it feel, Chad? One quarter. Yeah. 1 quarter. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Two bits of what? I don't think I lost any dwarves either. And the humans have brought a donation. It's like they're carrying an anvil. I was gonna say, yeah, there you go. That makes a bit more sense. 1 quarter. One of 4 is a quarter. That would be half. It was funny, in the first few years, I had someone who claimed that they were going to, someone claimed that they were going to cheer 1 bit for every year. Every single time of the year rolled over, and then they realized how much money that would cost them in the long run, and then just kind of went, how about I don't? I just get this. I'm gonna post it in music, but I just got this email. I'm just posting the headline from the email in music, which is Mosh Pit's reopening in fall. It's from a ticket distribution company. Stone, are you around? It's like $5,000. He did the math pretty. He did. I think it was like the first 10 years, and then did the math and was like, gave me the extra 1,000 bits that he bought and was just like, yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna do that because that's a lot of money. Because he did 1 bits, 2 bits, 3 bits, 4 bits, 5 bits, I think, and then just realized how much that would cost after a bit and then was like, this is a bit exponential. Yeah, we're at 250 years. The world was 5 years old when we started the fort. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That is indeed how math works. That would get expensive. It's simply an iron anvil. I don't know if Stone's here. Stone went kind of quiet in the last little bit, but that's it. Well, that's not it, but That's as far as we go. Oh, there you go, Stone. Hi, Stone. Welcome back. It's an anvil. They brought us an iron anvil. You're about to say that 1K bits isn't crazy expensive? No. I mean, if it was literally just 1 bit per year, that would be like, what, 2 cents per stream? Yeah, that's totally doable. I mean, someone could start that right now. Just tier 250 bits and then just do a 1 bit per year pass, but... How nice. Yeah, I mean, an iron anvil, that's not nothing. Kind of stunny math, it's incomplete. Isn't that the fun of math, though? Stone, we're a quarter of the way done. A quarter of the way done. A quarter of the way done. So, we are 8 hours into the stream. And I've achieved my goal for the day. Godel? Did someone named Godel die? Why are we poor Godel? What happened? What happened to Godel? Who is Godel? But I think that... Well, I guess the question is, do you guys want me to play another game today, or should I just call it early? I'm down for either, really. I'd kind of like to keep streaming. But like I said, I have this rule where if I go below 50 viewers, I end the stream, and we've been like wavering on 50 for a while. So I don't know what to do. Hey, Twicky. Twicky. Warson. I finished the run, and I finished the run intentionally so that I don't need to play that game for a little bit. I got way too many games to play, so I'm not taking requests. You'd like to see more? All right, I'll keep doing what I was doing then. I'm gonna go achievement hunt in Umurangi. That's what we're gonna do. That game's a vibe. So that's it for DF today. If anybody wants to just watch DF, which some of you probably do, there are some other lovely channels playing DF for you that you could go watch if you don't want to watch me. But if you want to keep watching me, we're going to keep streaming. We're going to go achievement hunt to Umurangi. Because I want to unlock all the gear in that game. So let's go take some pictures. But if you're sticking around, can I get a round of beers? Because you guys have been kind. So let's just turn the view count off. But we're going to go achievement hunt in Umurangi. If you're not familiar with this game, it's kind of like Pokemon Snap with a fuck ton of politics. It's kind of a pretty good descriptor, actually.